Hey, all right. Of course, Kyle's here. He's late, right? He sat down to eat 10 minutes before the stream starts. So I'll start us because we're already late enough. So, yeah, 4-0. I started setting up the stream and it was 1-0. And I thought, oh, okay, good. This will be a good game because we're supposed to watch the end to the game. And yeah, it's halfway through the game. It's 4-0. So good grief. Let me get this on my well, Kyle will get it on the TV once he gets over here. So how's everybody doing, huh? Derek, Real, David, good to see you. Hey, JC, how you doing, bud? You coming there, Turdball? He's coming. He just decides at 6:45. You know what? I think I'll cook my dinner now. That's all he had to say. Boy, I like this Philadelphia hat. It is comfy. All right, JC. Yeah, looking your. So you're not going to be home right now, JC. So Jackie's home alone. All right, that's cool. That's cool because we try to keep the texting to a minimum when you're around. But thank you for letting me know you won't be there tonight. Cool, good stuff. All right, are you ready? Finally?
Yeah.
Huh? Okay. All right. So here comes your other host. Hey, Dave. So it's already 4-0 Minnesota.
Wow.
I know. So we got to get it. What is that?
I was trying to see if I could zoom in on the picture.
I had zoomed in as much as I could. Pretty much. I had done as best I could for you.
You can't download the image and then zoom.
Oh, she's with you, JC? All right. Well, tell her I won't send any of the texts that she likes me to send when you're not around. I'll just keep it quiet. Oh my God, JC. Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, let's go. Let's get it on the TV over here too.
Hello, folks.
All right, here we go. 2 straight months of stress-free hockey.
Yay. I can just see the defensive pairings are just fine. I can just make out the forwards.
All right. Well, you'll remember it all once you get going. You'll remember it all, I'm sure. You got to get it. You're gonna have to get. Well, you got to make it differently. The one at a time was great. So it's on ESPN, YouTube TV, ESPN.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 1-0 when I started setting up the stream. I said, "Oh, good." Then I put on the Dallas jersey, and Minnesota scored 3 more times.
Let's see.
Okay. All right.
So the Wild are already winning 4-0, huh?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be a closer game than that.
Well, of course.
They've already doubled Dallas's shots as well. And this is in front of the Dallas home crowds. David says, "Nice hat, Kyle." So says SoFlo. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, yeah. I have hats for all the Eastern Conference teams.
And I'm wearing the Minnesota shirt. It's a Minnesota.
Oh, okay.
I've had this shirt for a long time because you're rooting for the Stars.
Yeah, even though I picked Minnesota to win the cup.
I picked Minnesota to lose to the Senators in the Cup Finals.
I picked Minnesota to beat Montreal in the Cup Finals. That's interesting. I don't know about Ottawa. Ottawa got shut out today.
Well, but it wasn't because of goaltending that they lost.
Oh, no, it was definitely not.
And that was the biggest issue with the Sens this year.
Well, they're going to have to. They're going to have to.
The Stars are wearing their throwbacks in a playoff series.
That's interesting.
I didn't even know that was allowed. ICS, did you do a bracket? Well, my dad chose to do the bracket on Spark this year. I thought you were going to do a proper NHL brackets.
I didn't. I did what I did.
You can still make one before Monday.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, the deadline for submitting brackets on NHL.com isn't until like sometime on Monday.
I mean, it's still, I'm going to put the same bracket as I did with Spark.
Yeah, but make a league. Make a league.
I did for Spark.
Make a league so people who don't know how to work Spark can still participate.
It's a little late for that. I told them months ago I would do it through them. I'm not going to go back on my word.
You're still doing it through them.
I told them I would only do it through them.
Oh.
Okay, hey, that guy had my jersey on.
Wonder if I could create my own league and just leave you out of it. That would.
You can do that.
Yeah, I'll see if I can create my own. I'll tile it Kyle's league or something like that.
So you love your culottes.
It's lemonade o'clock. What did I just say? Cheers o'clock. Ew.
Here's to protecting your boat and RV 24/7 as part of your home and auto.
It is.
So I like hang out with my insurance guy?
Oh yeah, you two have a podcast and everything.
I noticed that you usually
What?
just open the email and show what the attachment looks like. Do you not download the picture?
That is it. I mean, that is downloaded. I don't think it's going to get much better, kid, because
Isn't there like a file viewer instead of on Chrome?
what's the difference? What difference does it make?
The file viewer usually zooms in a bit more on the picture.
Well,
You know, we've got almost an hour before puck drop.
no, but this was supposed to be what. See how these look is just fun, right? But I can't make images that. I mean, I'm not going to be able to make it much bigger.
SoFlo says we have a 6% chance to get number one, a 6.2% chance to get number two, 54% chance to keep 8, and 30% chance to drop to 9th. What about the odds of dropping the 10th?
Oh, it's one of these that I didn't. This is why I don't do it over here. How come I'm the one that always has to do all the extra work?
It's my bad. I totally forgot that I needed to have both teams' players visible at the same time. So Ottinger made the save. A 3.4% chance to drop the 10th. We have a better chance of winning either draft lottery than dropping the 10th.
point, we just take the chance. It's already 4-0. If it's 5-0, so be it. But if you can get one in the intermission, you have an opportunity to come back in this game.
Well, back in 1985, as you can see, a 4-goal comeback in the playoffs for this franchise. Obviously, a 4-goal comeback in the playoffs for any franchise.
Pretty unlikely.
It's not going to happen too often.
Pretty unlikely, but if they could just get one, that makes a huge difference in the mind
So,
of Minnesota.
and there's another turnover by the Stars in their own zone.
Takes the puck away. Behind the net, Johansson looks over his shoulder. Spots
We
the-
started this stream much earlier than we would normally, so we could catch as much of Stars Wild as we could reasonably.
On the backhander by Marcus Johansson. He's got it again. Around the kick plate to Middleton. Throws towards the net. Skipped out by Alfred and Jamie back. And looks ahead. Has to dump it in. Takes a shoulder from Erickson Ek. Middleton keeps Sam Steele to the puck. And smoothly dangles, allowing the Bogosian Skaya. The Bishel reverses. 6.5 minutes to go. Second.
Real Cinema says Dallas is usually bad game one, right? Still, this is pathetic at home. Yeah, the Stars don't even have 12 shots yet. And we are well into the second period.
He's saying it's one thing to look for the perfect goal when you're in a tight game and you feel like the extra pass can create the
A 6% chance.
when you're down 4-0.
60 out of 1,000
Is that any
combinations.
better?
It's just the one extra play.
A little bit.
I mean, as you see, it's as tall as I can get it. That's it, man. It's as big as it's going to get showing both at once.
Yeah.
Unless, you're going to have to take the time, in advance of the games to make yourself a custom format there. But that's really the best I'm going to get it.
Looks like the Stars are going on the power play.
Okay. All right. It perfectly cooled off for today, too. The last few days have been mid-80s. Today it's like 68.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I never ever want to hear that dubstep remix of Free Bird again.
Oh, God, I can't stand that. I know. Okay, let me get the chat going on my phone.
David says, so I might be a little high, but it's saying
That's good.
Pittsburgh game starts at 8 now, but you were sure it said 7:30 earlier. Well, Stars Wild started at 5:30 for whatever reason. Even though that guarantees that this game will still be, unless they plan to delay the start of Penguins Flyers until the end of the third period here.
Well, generally, they usually don't have puck drop. If the preceding game is going to end in regulation, they wait for puck drop of the next game until the previous game is over. If it's overtime, then they have to start talking about, hey, where's this game going to be shown? I don't think we're going to have a problem tonight. Now, once it gets to the end of the period, I'm going to go record my pregame for the recap.
He can shoot. He's got a big shot, but he's got Wyatt Johnston in the bumper right in the middle. Johnston knows how to find that area.
It's just so weird. There's no stress.
On your screen, he can shoot it too.
Yeah.
He can dish it, and he always looks for Johnston in the middle. They're going to need those two guys to try and get Dallas on the board here.
It's very strange.
Number one in the league in power play goals. And his hands in the bumper, reminiscent of our colleague TJ Oshie. They release and the hands so quick. If they
So Heiskanen with the puck passes back to Duchesne. The Stars are on the power play looking for anything to
Yeah, exactly. Anything.
Duchesne to Johnston.
So far, none of the teams that have been behind in these games have scored yet.
Robertson over to Heiskanen, over to Duchesne. Duchesne to Rantanen. I am fairly happy about this right now since I am rooting for the Wild.
Jesper Volstead for Minnesota has been so square to the shooter. He has let nothing by him. And why? He's seeing the puck. He takes away the low angle from Duchesne with the poke check. When the puck goes out to Hastings,
Jeez, he shot it right into Wallstead.
the far side of the net is taken away. He takes away the near side where the only area the puck can go. He's made all the saves he's needed to, a couple of big ones.
I did not see Kachuk and Stahl drop the gloves to start the playoffs.
I saw it after the fact.
Hotel says, no wonder no score bug. Are you sure we're not watching a replay of the Panthers Red Wings? Robertson over to Duchesne. Duchesne sends it back to Heiskanen. Heiskanen along to Johnston along the boards. Robertson at the side of the net. Back to Johnston. I think they've only had one shot on this power play.
There you go.
There's Jason Robertson with a wicked backhander.
Yeah.
And the Stars finally get on the board with 4:50 to go in the second.
All I had to do was sit down and mention how none of the teams that were behind have scored. I don't even think it took 30 seconds. Huh? I
Walls,
jinxed with the best of them.
I see
Whoa,
Wallstead
he
is in
went
net.
backhand, but on the far side, not short side. Jeez. That is a wicked shot.
Hey, I already said that.
No, I know. You're not wrong, but backhand, you're going to be looking for the short side. He went around them. That's crazy.
It's his 19th career playoff goal and his 45th this season. So the Stars make the Wild pay on the power play.
If they get another one, this is going to get crazy. You can't blow a 4-0 lead in the playoffs. But now there's plenty of time left in this period. Yeah, see, this
Surging with the
game
puck.
probably won't be over before they didn't space the games out as much as. Oh no!
Wow.
Oh wow!
Wallstead with the save after Jamie Benn ended up with the puck right in front of the Wild's net.
Man, looked like Mackenzie Weegar out there. Oh, so we have not come to our bet for this one for Philly Pittsburgh. Now take it easy because the odds of Philadelphia winning. Hey, that's not a penalty.
Well, I let you root for Philly because you got Rocky.
Yeah,
on your
but
side.
In terms of the team that should win the series, you got the good end of the deal.
I actually picked the Flyers to win that
did?
series. Yeah.
Oh, so I did not. I picked Pittsburgh in 7.
I think I might have picked Flyers in 7.
Okay.
The Penguins' defense and goaltending is just too sketchy in my mind. Have you seen how many multi-goal leads they've blown? Weren't they winning 5-0 in one game and had to decide it in the shootout?
Oh no!
Oh, Wyatt Johnston missed.
Jeez, Dallas is getting all sorts of chances here.
Johansson with the puck.
Woo! Dallas is all over them, but they got to get another one.
Dallas gets momentum from the goal and then the physicality. Ben makes a great play to try and surprise Volstead on the 5-hole. Volstead reads it. Hartman gets hurt on that play. Johnson wants to pass this puck. You can tell by how late he waits.
Oh, he just waited and waited.
On the right, it's a waiting game with Volstead.
If he would have been forehand, backhand, there was plenty of room short side. But that's easy for me to say sitting here on the couch.
It would be very tough for Volstead to push all all the way across and make that save. Hughes does a great job on the 2-on-1.
Puck out of play with 2:25 to go in the second. Will the Stars at least have some momentum now? Which is more than what they could have said a little earlier in this game.
Yeah.
Face-off won by Hartman, but it's played around to Haskin. Didn't take Hartman long to shake off whatever the discomfort was. Right back on the ice for his next shift.
All right, so
He slowed the puck up, and Kaprizov clears the zone.
Kaprizov cleared the zone.
This is more like it for Dallas. They're playing with speed. Coming through
Asa Lindell sends it up ahead.
the puck in and establishing their forecheck. Minnesota hung them up.
So many of these players I already.
I know.
They got that power play goal to start.
Both sides, I guess.
The Stanley Cup Playoffs Bracket Challenge presented by Expedia is back. Sign up now at NHL.com/bracket and make your picks before the pucks drop. Monday at 7 Eastern for a chance to win the grand prize. I should have waited. I didn't know I had
1:56 to go in the second.
Before games started, so if you haven't filled out your bracket left, there's a cheat code. You can watch some game ones entirely before you make your decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can also edit your brackets
Oh, yeah.
before that deadline on Monday. Patel Ron says Stars coach is saying, don't throw the goalie under the bus.
Right?
Up ice across the red line. Brings it across the Minnesota line. Ritskovian plays it further. And it looks like the puck was touched with a high stick.
Puck touched with a high stick.
Ernie and Spurgeon
Jeez.
with pleasure.
The ref being rougher than the players.
Step in.
Derek says, hello, Jaws, Kyle, and
Hey,
Chet.
Lordy.
And you'll see a little bit of that from Dallas. Maybe taking an extra shot at Minnesota to try and goad him in to taking an undisciplined penalty.
Let me think of something here. Some yard work. Oh yeah. Okay, that's my deal. Because I just ordered the chainsaw blades. So if the Flyers win this series, you got to do the first round of cutting back that damn tree about a pond. Yeah, chainsaw work.
Patel Ron says, what are you drinking, Jaws?
Oh, it's just coffee for now. It's just coffee now. I was getting a little bit I didn't take a nap, so I needed some coffee. And it's nice weather. The windows are open. I was sitting there earlier editing video, and I was just kind of like fading.
Last minute of play.
And there's icing. I think Minnesota might have survived that flurry there.
And by the way, how about for you? 365 days ago or thereabouts, you were in this building wearing an Avalanche.
And the music in this arena is going to get us copyrighted.
An epic series. And now you're here with me. That's got to be a...
Yeah, you know what they say. You know what they say. If you can't play anymore, you coach or you do media. I didn't want to coach because you got to watch too much video. So I decided to stand here for a little while. But
Spending all this quality time with me, making your second guess on life choices.
yeah,
They got the new. They need to adjust their mics because you can barely hear the announcers over the music in the arena.
Icing the call here. Under a minute to go, second period. And that sense of urgency for Dallas.
Turn that down a notch.
Very.
Well, I don't want to get the damn thing copyrighted. You know what's funny is what happens is when they can hear the music like that, you'll end up with like 10 different music companies trying to claim the video, and they all have to split the $4.35.
Sit back, fundamentally sound. Puts it right back in on the stick of Ottinger. Aiming for it. Pitching it deep as Hartman. Zuccarello is there. Around to Kirill Kaprizov. Rock Faber. Missed Hughes with that pass.
Right.
Harley. Outlets Rantanen. 15 seconds to go in the period.
Rantanen sends it over to Johnston.
Oh, almost.
And Wallstedt makes the save, and Wallstedt
Yeah.
threw a punch. It's a massive scrum.
Minnesota's got to be very smart here. We do not want to take a penalty.
Damien says, "What's up, guys? You think Brady Tkachuk will be available if they lose the series against the Canes?"
I still think he's going to play one more season there.
Hotel Ron says Kyle looks like Barkov with a Penguins hat. You know who might be wanting out is Connor Hellebuyck.
Yeah, I seen the rumors.
Well, he is apparently he's looking around the gigantic mess
Right.
that Winnipeg has got themselves into.
Yeah.
8 seconds to go in the period, so an opportunity for an offensive zone draw here with Maverick.
8
I don't
seconds.
know. I mean, I just
Step in. Where are you trying to pull this puck before?
I seen somebody on Twitter. You know what he wanted to trade for Hellebuyck?
What?
Lundell Rodriguez, the first pick in the our first pick from this year, and a 29 first round pick.
Good grief.
Good Lord, is right.
Would we trade for Matthews or Tkachuk? Tkachuk, yeah. Matthews, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know. We got to fix the goalie situation. You know what Bubba told me? I was talking to him in the last recap. You know what he said he's asking for?
What?
5x12.
So the Wilds have 112 straight wins when leading by 3+ goals.
That's not a jinx at all.
Are you going to record?
Yeah, I gotta go do my pregame for the Pittsburgh game. I'll be right back.
All right.
So let's talk about the elephant in the room. It's a totally different time. It probably cost Pete DeBoer his job.
All right. So it's now second intermission in the Stars Wilds game one. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to try and make this lineup picture bigger.
Now with a 4-1, I feel a whole lot different. To me, 22 shot attempts by Minnesota. Quinn Hughes and Kaprizov, it's a make-your-own Sunday every time they're out there. On the third goal, they go through the neutral zone like it's a pond. Sometimes you guys know you pull the goalie when it's not the goalie's fault. You don't pull your star goaltender at that point in time when your team's playing that way. They didn't play. They didn't show up. They showed up, but you can't show up like that against Minnesota. Minnesota showed up ready to play on the road. You're at home, Dallas. That can't happen for me. Where's your D?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a fine team effort.
Left the memory card upstairs.
You did.
I think they haven't played well. I think the only one you can put on we might have had is a short cycle result, but other than that, I think it's been a complete team failure. They haven't played well since the start.
I see what the issue is here.
Other than that, this game has been all Minnesota.
This was going to the dressing rooms seconds ago at the end of the second period.
Well, there wasn't a lot of emotion in this game to begin with, and I think that Dallas, for sure, now that they're down, they got to get the emotion back into the game. And Minnesota's a big, strong team that's built for the playoffs. They're not going to be intimidated by anyway.
And we find a goaltender that's going to stop the two-shot shot. We'll find it in the national. That was a really good shot. With short shot, angle. About that. How about this? Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, a lot of
Patel Ron, I also heard Project Hail Mary was good. I unfortunately have not gotten the chance to see it yet.
Is that picture free? Yeah, I need one.
But what really baffles me is that people turn down free money by not switching to Geico. Customers can save $900, you know.
Damien says you would like Brady Tkachuk in a Panthers uniform, but you don't know how much it would cost.
Extra small.
Oversized design.
It feels good.
Give me a second, folks.
days of the $5 box, the decadence of the $7 box, and the abundance of the $9 box. It's monumental triple double.
There we go.
They started spending everything. Don't let the luck screw you, man.
There we go.
$5, $7, and $9 box.
I'm feeling more confident about the future after reviewing my choices with Boya. Have you updated your workplace benefits? And
What 3 teams did I root for today? Well, Senators, Wild, Senators and Wild for sure. I think I'll root for. Let's see. I'm wearing the Penguins. I'm wearing the Penguins hat. So for the purposes of these streams, I'm rooting for the Penguins because my dad is rooting for the Flyers. Although he personally picked the Penguins to win this series, and I picked the Flyers. It's a little confusing, I know.
anything else down there?
Just this old crisp.
Does that look like Vincent Van Gogh?
Vincent Van Gogh.
Unfortunately.
It feels good to find what you're missing. It feels good to Geico.
It's a little stale.
You think?
Why don't we just switch?
Welcome to the Discover Second Intermission Report.
I mean, it's tempting for sure. It sort of doesn't make sense for each of us to be actively rooting against our own bracket unless you consider rooting for your bracket and rooting for your favorite team. Maybe we should switch who's Penguins and who's Flyers.
Hell no! You out of your mind. You have lost your mind. Why would I do that?
Because we're each going to end up punished for successfully predicting the series in either scenario.
That doesn't matter. Though that's not a factor in these decisions. Okay? I can't be anti-Rocky. And I can't be anti-Hall and Oates. It's not going to happen. Okay? I let you choose Tampa over Montreal.
All right.
So I get Philly.
Fine.
Okay. Trying to take my team. Huh? I don't think I've ever seen her have her hair the same way twice.
You gotta draft this guy. Now, Breer told me that the way that he played at Michigan State,
I figured out how to make it full screen.
Oh, okay, that helps, right?
Yeah, that's as good as it's going to
Okay,
get.
that's as good as it's gonna get.
It's as much better than it was before.
Okay, that works then. Okay. Oh, all right then. I'll make you a deal. Since I get to pick this, I won't knock your hat off.
Okay,
But that's now the Lightning hat. I don't promise that. But the Pittsburgh, I promise not to knock the hat off.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, wait till you see this goal, non-goal goal.
Goal, non-goal.
They called it a goal, and then they reviewed it, And it's one of those that should have stayed what the call on the ice was, because there's no way, I didn't see any definitive proof that it didn't cross the line. But if they had called it no goal, it should have stayed no goal too.
I am. I mean,
So,
I am.
and they would have tied the game 1-1, but that ain't what happened. And then not long after that,
I hate this thing, but it's true. You can
Carolina scored again, and that was that.
Ominous Flame says, wait, Kyle for cheering for Tampa Bay. How could you? I hate the Habs more. I hate how they routinely humiliate the Panthers. In every single game, the Panthers look like they're about to beat the Habs, and then they score in the literal last minute. And
I know who the killer was. Why would he stop there?
Last night, our shepherd was murdered. He loved us, and we shall solve the crime. George, that's $30 million. We have our motive. We need to look for clues.
Okay, what is it? Sheep detectives?
yes,
Sheep detectives.
yes, it is about a
And I'm assuming the sheeps are AI or CGI.
CGI.
Yeah.
Well, they might have included some brief live action.
I see.
Ominous Flame says, that's like me cheering for the Oilers. I could never.
Well, one of us had to because we have to cover the series. And I sure as hell wasn't going to do it. And Kyle can just blame me for it.
Is that so? I can actually blame you for
Now,
something.
why
for
you
once?
hate Montreal, I don't understand that. But why do you hate You hate Montreal just because they keep beating us the same way?
The exact same
I know.
way.
Even when you were gone this time of vacation, the exact same way. That's fair.
It doesn't matter how good we are. It doesn't matter
I know.
when we're. It's just they constantly beat us the same exact way. It's getting old.
Thank you for the call. So, what are you in the mood for?
I'm thinking ribeye.
It is.
Norwegian cruise line.
Meanwhile,
This is Fresh Pet. Here, there are no fillers, no spray.
yeah, the Marlins lost 5-2 to the.
So how are they doing? Grandpa hasn't mentioned them in a while, so they must not be doing too good.
I think they're still. Well, they fall into third in the East,
Right.
but that's the Nationals have played one less game than them. We're actually we're in a way better spot than the Mets. The Mets have lost 10 in a row.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Gee, it's still April. That's
Yeah.
rough.
The last team to lose 10 in a row in April and still make the playoffs was back when Willie Mays was playing baseball in
Really?
the 50s. Yeah.
Jeez.
There have been other teams that came.
Here's the goal. Watch this. They ruled it a goal. Wait.
Oh, I don't think that's a goal.
I know, but they ruled it a goal.
Oh, it's
I
on the
see.
post. That's not
I
a
hadn't
goal.
seen that angle yet.
That is
hadn't seen that
agonizing for the Sens. Anderson stole that.
Yeah. But that's the playoffs, right? That's how it works. That's the difference between a cup and no cup. You know? You think there was? I mean, there was
Yeah.
in Game 7. There was definitely a couple of plays almost that close.
Yeah. Say that again.
I said in Game 7 against Edmonton, there were definitely a few moments that were close.
Yeah.
You know, not that close, but close enough to where an inch or two. And
What is Rantanen doing? They're pointing out. Look at him coasting.
oh, that's not good.
Dude, you've already proven you can single-handedly win a series for your team against the Avalanche. Why are you dogging it in Game 1 against the Wild? Remember who has more cups, us or the Canadians, and you're not talking about the Stanley Cups when the dinosaurs roamed the earth. The announcer said it was an automatic review, and unlike football, there has to be proof the puck crossed the line, no matter the call on the ice.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then that makes sense.
Mythical Riz says, hey, at least it's just in the regular season. Imagine how much the Canes and Oilers hate us.
Right.
Very big, very strong. Got some leadership and some experience, and they got high-end skill. They'll make you pay. Make mistake. If you give them room like that, they're going to make you screw. Brandon, a bit at the end of the shift.
I thought so. I guess Wallstedt. I mean, people were thinking the Stars would trade Wallstedt, but he's the freaking starter.
You're getting confused.
What did I say? What did I just say?
You just said Wallstedt was a star.
Yeah,
he's a wild.
I know. That's what I'm thinking. I know he's not a star.
He's the Wild. He's actually the Wild goalie in this game.
Yeah, I'm just saying. For most of the season, people thought that they would be very willing to trade him because they got another guy that could come up, but not if he wins them a cup.
Only 3 teams in the divisional era of baseball since 1969 have made the postseason after a double-digit losing streak, including last year's Cleveland Guardians. They've only scored 18 runs during these games. 10 games, 18 runs in 10 games. That's not even 2 runs a game.
Jeez, that's awful.
Yeah.
Time to order. Susanna's hungry.
Rantanen is getting sizzling fajitas.
Oh, look, I'm
Ooh,
Bottomless.
fajitas.
Just like Bottomless apps for $9.99 at Buffalo Wild Wings. That's right, you can get Bottomless mock steaks, fried pickles, and so much more for you and all your Bottomless friends.
Never, David.
What?
Telling me to give in to the power of the diamond. Yes, Hungary's even more. Lowell Metz is eternal. 2024 was merely a fluke.
Roundup for lawns.
So you're saying this stuff kills crabgrass and barnyard grass, but won't kill the grass?
It won't kill the grass.
Roundup for lawns.
Yeah, I need to just put some poison in my yard because I don't like the way a weed looks with its flower. Jeez. Hell, that's the best time of the year when all the flowers come up.
Well, we're too rural to really worry about a lawn. Way too big of a yard.
Yeah, I always get a kick out of it. I always think of it like in a view from outer space, right? And just like past the planets. And you go past the planets and you come in and you zoom in on the giant Earth. And then you zoom in and you zoom in and you zoom in and you zoom in. And here's this one guy like weed eating the 6-inch spot of grass with his freaking weed eater. And it's just like, it just shows how ridiculous we've become in many ways.
My ears! Make it
Oh, there's
stop.
your favorite song.
Freebird does not need to go electro.
It's Housebird, free Housebird.
I want whoever was responsible for that decision at ESPN to be fired immediately.
If there was one question for Minnesota, it was who is starting in net, Gustafsson or Wallstedt. 30 in white for Minnesota has been as advertised. He's very young.
So it is 7:48.
Yeah, we're going to have about 20 minutes.
Well, now the Flyers game's supposed to be on
It's supposed to be
ESPN as well, so I don't know how they're going to work this. If they're going to just wait for puck drop.
Damien says, imagine in the draft lottery we get the first overall pick and how much people would get pissed.
Oh, we're going to love that.
Dear God. Even if we don't win the draft lottery, if it would be so hilarious if any team below the 5th overall pick won the draft lottery and thus pushes the Leafs out of the top 5 and the pick becomes Boston property. Imagine we win the draft lottery and that's how the Leafs lose their pick to Boston. You know, I expected Minnesota to hold their own in this series. I was not expecting jumping out to a 4-0 start in game 1. Although hasn't Dallas been historically bad in these game 1s?
Yeah, I mean,
in the last few seasons,
it happens.
Hoping,
game 1 doesn't mean anything until game 2 is over.
And sometimes game 2 doesn't mean anything until game 3 is over. Just look at the Leafs last year.
Just look at the Leafs last year. Boy, I thought we were toast.
Yes, Dangle would have an aneurysm.
Reverses, shot that by Robertson. Scott out to the red line. Handled by Duchesne. Maverick Bork ahead. Duchesne gains the zone.
Duchesne gains the zone. He waits. He finally takes a shot and it goes wide right.
They're getting their chances.
Go ahead.
I'm saying they're getting their chances, just not really.
TK says Zito's cooking a draft trade. I know it.
It's entirely possible. I guess it depends on where we get. I mean, like if we get the first pick in the draft, we ain't trading that. But if we end up at 10, they said he may be willing to trade it for an impact player, but where? Like, I guess, I mean, goalie's the only spot. You're going to trade a top 10 pick for a bottom guy defenseman? Because our top 4 is set.
Rumor is Bob is wanting a similar contract to what Marchand got.
Right, yeah. But that's got to be in term. Because if he was wanting 6x6, you just give it to him. If he was actually wanting the same length and amount per year. Like, why wouldn't you just give it to him?
Ottinger. So Eriksson Ek over to Boldy. Boldy shot. And Ottinger is able to make the stop. And now there's a scrum between Eriksson Ek and a few Stars players.
You know, if you gave him if you gave him 6x6, even if it was 3 dead years because he had to retire or something, you could still, move the contract like they did with Carey Price When you look at the alternatives in terms of what other goalies are out there, so to me, I think what Bubba told me was correct. 5x12. I think he wants $12 million.
I really doubt that he's going to end up making more money than he did before.
Why not?
It would be, I think, the first serious mistake that Zito could make.
Well, is it though? And then what I mean is, what's your alternative?
You know that Zito clearly has voodoo powers to get such team-friendly deals.
I mean, the alternative if we let Bob walk.
Well, I think Tarasov showed enough to potentially compete for starter if we manage to keep him. Although, that's got to be what general management is already pivoting towards if they somehow feel like they can't get Bob back. But the odds of not getting Bob back are probably still slim.
Right.
Bolvar says, went to Sam's Club, dealt with a bunch of imbeciles, either getting your way, not blame me, go through or stop directly in front of me, give me a look.
That sucks.
You have a massive headache, hope your day's going better.
Yeah, Sam's Club on a Saturday. Oh, thanks.
Bob can walk, just not to an Atlantic team or Vegas. Oilers, you already got Connor Ingram. You don't need Bob. So the Stars on the power play again. They're 1 for 2 with 4 shots. Johnston at the side of the net. Robertson. Mythical Riz believes Bob's ego is through the roof after winning the Cups and wants close to the $10 million, and you don't think Zito will allow that. I'm very happy we kept that pick. It's a pretty obvious answer, I think, to your question, Hot Dog. Johnston over to Robertson.
It's now or never, Dallas, if you want to make a game of it.
Duchesne over to Heiskanen, over to Robertson. Heiskanen over to Rantanen at the circle. Rantanen shot deflected out of play. Who do I want us to draft? Talk to me after the draft lottery. Is Tarasov tradable?
No, he doesn't have a contract either.
I was sort of hoping we wouldn't have to switch out our backup goalie again.
I know.
Why isn't Gustafsson playing?
That's a legitimate question. I thought he was the guy, but I guess not.
Rantanen with the puck. Over to Duchesne Johnson.
There it is. No,
it's not in.
Oh, my God.
And now it goes directly to Rantanen.
Oh, and it's another block shot and out. Wow.
This announcer's great.
Yeah.
Hope they got really good announcers for Flyers, Penguins.
Yeah, they had the crap out for Ottawa.
Dallas has had 8. Does that mean Dallas has had 8 of their own shots blocked? Is that how the statistic goes?
I think so.
Rantanen's puck
stick to that.
It's stick to it.
Still in.
Wallstead is the starting goalie for the Wild, according to Bolvar.
Yeah, I mean, Gustafsson had more.
That's the post. Matthew Boldy nearly scored shorthanded.
Bucks system had more starts, but I guess Wallstead took it towards the end.
Down here off the bar by Boldy. It was loud all the way up here. Maverick Court dumps it in. Back at 5 aside. So the power play killed off by Minnesota. And Boldy able to stab it out to the neutral zone.
So there's 14 minutes to go.
Thomas Harley snaps a pass to the red line.
I'm sure it won't be too long now before the broadcast either says what time puck drop is for Penguins Flyers or mentions what channel to go to.
Tees up a wrister, blocked by Boldy. Tries again. That's also blocked in front. Quinn Hughes has the puck.
Well, I don't think we're going to have to worry about overtime here.
Johansson peels and cycles for Eriksson. All the way back out to Spurgeon, played by Zuccarello. Then why not play the waiting game and tag back up for Minnesota with a 3-goal lead? 7 minutes gone by here in the third period.
I mean, the Stars still, they just now reached 20 shots in this game.
Yeah. I think Dallas will win game 2. They looked a lot better since that lead, but Minnesota looks like they're going to hang on.
Bolfar says, love to see it. Jaws still routine for Owen Tippett.
Yes. Oh, jeez.
Lakers or Rockets? Are you kidding? Rockets.
Heading off for 2 minutes.
The NBA is still a thing?
The NBA is not in danger of non-existence. You're confusing it with the MLB.
The kid's name was Donkey? Yikes.
To put this game away and go up 5-1 on the power play.
All right, well.
My money's on nickname for that one. Maybe obsession with the donkey from Shrek.
This is vintage. Giddy up. Watch my tail now. What a fitting little cat.
Agua, por favor.
No, I got no water for you, man. The river is dry. You're going to have to pay. Okay, it is $15 an ounce now.
Zach says, how can I watch this game?
ESPN.
ESPN.
Yeah.
Hey, Hungry Xenomorph, as far as I'm concerned, justice has already been served to the Hornets. The Magic absolutely waxed them in the following play-in game. So I'm grateful to the Magic for that, at least. Let's be honest, the Heat were probably going to get absolutely smoked by the Pistons. Yes, that is correct, Hot Dog.
First goal of the series scored on the power play. Eric Johnson, game 1.
So the Wild are on another power play. Kaprizov with the puck. He's able to get it to Zuccarello. Quinn Hughes on the other end. Passes it back to Eriksson. Hughes waits. Sends to Boldy. Boldy takes a shot. Puck pops up in the air. Kaprizov over to Eriksson. Score! The Wild have made it 5-1.
Dang it. Of course, I have to walk away and miss a goal.
Well, Hungry Xenomorph, at least the NBA after the fact, finds LaMelo Ball and did call the flagrant foul 2 on him. Hungry Xenomorph.
That's not a great goal by Otter there, eh?
Hungry.
Well, X right alone in front of the net. Yeah, Otter, that's not exactly elite goaltending.
Hungry Xenomorph says Dallas is making my bracket look bad, and there's fans already leaving, not even halfway through the third period.
Yeah.
Dallas is making Hungry Xenomorph's bracket look bad. Real Cinema says, again, I picked Dallas to win the cup. Oh, why would you do that? You do realize that the Stars have to get through the Wild and the Avalanche just to make it to the Western Conference Finals, let alone the Cup.
Oh.
The only reason I'm picking Minnesota to be the Western Conference champion is because they have the strongest defense in goaltending, arguably. They have defensive depth that the other Central teams don't. Whichever Pacific team, or more reasonably Utah. I picked Utah to make it to the conference finals because I don't think... Did I? I think I did. I don't think any of the Pacific teams are strong enough to make the finals if Utah is able to make it past the first round. 10:09 to go in the third. Patelron says, Rantanen in Dallas, I thought he was amazing, and that's why they gave up a lot to Carolina, including Stankoven.
Yeah, and then Stankoven's the only one that scored for Carolina today.
Real Cinema says, they beat the Avs before, and I thought they finally beat the Oilers or Vegas in the Western Conference Finals. Damn it! Bolvar says, this is your friendly reminder the hockey guy's favorite team is the Canucks. His other favorite teams are the Stars and the Bruins. He's having another rough day. God, that Canucks organization just needs to blow it up. They need an even more thorough blow up than the one the Dolphins just got, and that's saying something. Yeah. Tarasenko, a two-time Stanley Cup champion. Real Cinema says, Jaws and Kyle showing gear for 4 to 5 different teams. Getting that clout.
Oh.
The Stars have just been thoroughly outworked.
I'm just going to take a look and see what the situation is with the game.
Bork. Yeah, because there's almost half a third period left.
Right.
Canucks should be like Oklahoma City Thunder, have all the picks for a decade, and it's worked out well.
Sidney Crosby and the Penguins warming up for game 1 against the Flyers. Next.
And they're just saying it's coming up next, so I guess they're going to wait It looks like they're going to just wait, which is usually what I remember them doing last year. Remember, we'd be sitting here waiting.
Bolvar says, imagine being Miro Heiskanen, not being ready to play, forcing yourself to be ready for game one, to lose 5-1 to the opponent you've known you were going to face since Thanksgiving. Is Heiskanen on the ice tonight?
The happier the home. If you're buying or refinancing a home, match with a local mortgage expert first.
Pardon.
You'll get experienced guidance, a quick, easy closing.
Trent says, I hate to say this, but you're glad we're watching stress-free hockey today.
Yes.
Jameson says, Canucks need to start by drafting McKenna, then we go from there.
Big Talk needs to keep growing, and I can't really do
The
that.
way things have been going for Vancouver, I would not be shocked if they lose the draft lottery.
Review over 100 candidates, shortlist 4 of them, video chat with 2 of them, and now hire someone. And then
Ambilios UV Air with hyaluronic acid and niacinamide. La Roche-Posay.
We are gardeners.
We are farmers of the
Trent, we are guaranteed a top 10 pick. We have about a 54% chance of it staying 8 at number 8. We have a 6% chance of winning the draft lottery.
We have a 100% chance of winning the draft lottery.
That's not how statistics work.
It's how my statistics work. We're winning the draft lottery, getting McKenna, and giving Bob 5x12.
Hungary Xenomorph history was made today in Germany as the first ever female coach for a top team coached her first game. Is this hockey? Is this a hockey team you're talking about? She promptly lost to a team that was on a 12-game losing streak.
God.
So puck drop is an 8:25 for
yeah.
Flyers Penguins.
Yes, that makes sense.
It's 4-on-4 in this game.
Oh, here we go.
Eriksson Ek is on hat trick watch. Soccer. Oh,
soccer. Okay.
Trent says Tarasenko looks good. Wish we kept him.
Well, that's the Marchand spot, though, right?
Maybe.
Next to Lundell Luosterainen, yeah. Just can't keep everybody. This year is really going to be interesting with who we can and cannot keep.
Yeah, well, first things first has to be a Bob extension, right? Before anything
I would
else.
hope we did get the Bob extension. We've got to know before the draft. We got to know before the draft, because if you're going to use that pick to get a goalie, you got to know before the draft that you need to do it.
Now we're probably going to use it to get one of the top defensive prospects. In the most likely scenario of us hanging on to 8th overall, there's probably going to be at least one top-end defenseman prospect.
Right.
We need defensive depth.
I don't disagree with you, but if Bob walks, we need a goalie. I don't think Tarasov is it.
Yeah, the Helliebuck might want out. Rumors have been spreading.
Now, if Bob wants out and we could get Helliebuck for that pick, but I ain't giving up much more than that.
Maybe Panthers are waiting for a lottery pick before signing Bob or not.
I mean, they might be waiting to see. I mean, I think if they had a deal, they would already made it. But yeah, there's probably an advantage to wait until after the lottery for sure.
Jeff Petrie's team has a 4-goal lead while we're out of the playoffs. Hey, did you see how much our record improved after getting rid of Jeff Petrie?
Well, it's not quite fair.
Just for the memes.
I know.
Trent says, I heard the pick and Mackey.
That's
absurd.
That's absurd. Everybody's always trying to trade Mackey or Lundell.
Even Urinating Tree joked about
Yeah, I know.
Evgeny Malkin being traded for Samoskevich.
Yeah.
But the Penguins broke the script. So did the Flyers. I did not have either of those teams making the playoffs. I don't think any sane person had both of those teams making the playoffs. One of them, let alone both.
I think somebody that would trade for Samoskevich would be awfully disappointed.
The Sabres are celebrating the playoffs by offering a saber-shaped pretzel. Guess what it actually looks like? Oh, no. The saber, the swords. They made a sword-shaped pretzel.
Oh. Pretzels, so that sounds good.
Rick Tocchet is a hell of a coach. I'll agree. It's great to see him free from the misery of Vancouver. Be on a real team. Damien says, heard a pick, Verhaeghe and Rodriguez for either Matthews or Kachuk.
Well, that would make...
So
I don't want to say it would make sense because that's a little bit much. You don't want to lose. I don't know that that's a net gain, honestly. Verhaeghe and Rodriguez and the pick for Brady Tkachuk. I don't know that you're losing depth.
Susie says, so happy Minnesota is spanking Dallas. You're disappointed with the Sens loss. The Sens strike me as just having been unable to get anything past Freddie. Of course, Freddie is going to choose now to actually make saves.
Yeah.
The Sens played their constricting defensive game, but they just could not.
They only had 9 shots on goal in the first 2 periods combined. They're going to have to do a little bit more.
Right now, you can get a $289 per month lease on a 2026 CRV.
If you really want to see something, I think the Marlin, what did they call it? This is the machete. It's a 2-foot long quesadilla.
Wow.
That's what the Marlins are selling at their ballpark.
Wow.
God, that looks evil.
How much is that?
It even comes in its own carrying case.
You would have to.
I see my lawn, and it's very easy to do. I can tell you this: it's lawn. It's lawn fixing time.
Let's see.
Filter grass seed. Forget the warm up. DirecTV got hot.
Let's see.
They're on fire with more MLB games than anyone. Welcome to the big leagues, kid.
I wanted to see if I can share the picture.
Crosby getting ready for the battle of the Keystone State, Pittsburgh, Philly. The energy
Never mind.
Okay.
will be explosive. Bad blood will spill over right after this game.
Would we bring Anderson in it as a backup?
Oh, God, no. He's always hurt. I would bring Skinner in.
Derek says Flyers fans were calling for Tocchet's head in the middle of the season. He finally put Michkov in his natural position and everything clicked. Just Kachucking around says, this was not the 5-1 game I expected today.
No.
Beck says, what is the highest you'd paid Bob?
What do I think he's worth or what would I pay? So, to be honest with you, I'll be straight. If he wants, and you're going to say I'm crazy, I pay him whatever the hell he wants. Nothing over 12. We have the cap space. The roster is already signed. Like, if we lose him, we're gonna have to trade away assets to go get a guy. Maybe we save a couple of bucks, but
Rafael Suryev says, debating going from New York City to Buffalo for a game, even though you're not a fan. Gonna be crazy. Yeah, you should do it if you've got the money, if you've got the time. Although the Sabres, I'll warn you, the Sabres playoff tickets are insanely priced.
I'm sure.
Oh, the Flyers playoff game tickets, the cheapest tickets are already over 300s. Bexy called Wall in your prediction. Damien says I would say 4-6.
No, if it was anything remotely close to that, he would have already been signed. Like, I mean, I can't imagine Zito's playing cheap ball with him.
Zito already signed pretty much everyone else to contracts. There's only so much money you can give the
We have
goalie.
plenty of money. We could give him $10 million for next season and still have like 7 or 8 in cap space because the cap goes up. We have plenty of money. And the following year, you even have a bigger surplus. Money is not the problem now.
Money becomes the problem if he's wanting term, because there are significant risks involved in even if it's 10 million that he wants, even you assume he wants his pay to stay the same.
Right.
This past season was not a great showing from him, at least not statistically. And you are rolling the dice on paying this man into his late 30s and early 40s, continuing to pay him like a top goalie in the NHL, with the risk that he might fall off a cliff Luongo style in 2 or 3 years. That must be the biggest issue with the reason why we're not already having him signed.
Right. I mean, you're not wrong. But Luongo had a hip injury that deteriorated. But you're not wrong. It's just the alternative. Well, you'd have. I mean, like I said, if you could get Hellebuyck for that pick, maybe that pick and Vilmanis, like, okay.
Spaceman, we're waiting to put the score bug up until Flyers Penguins actually start.
And there it is.
The Wild immediately scored on the Stars' empty net. 6-1. Utterly embarrassing for the Stars. Susie says Hughes was a big boost. Hope the Panthers can pick up a good defenseman like Schaefer Hughes. Trent asks, do you consider Denisenko as one of the biggest top draft pick busts for us in the first round?
Oh, that's pretty big one. Yeah.
Icy says, unfortunately, I think this is the cliff for Bobby. Don't want to be stuck with the contract. A lot of Mythical Riz says, a lot of players signed pay cuts just to be here. It sends a bad message, in your opinion. If Bob wants big money, just like he received with declining numbers. Rumor is Bob's agent wants more from Zito. Real Cinema says, damn it, I don't like Minnesota. I keep seeing their fans make fun of our crowds. You're thinking of the one idiots on the is it Doug Plagins I'm thinking of?
He's not the idiot. He's the radio guy that calls for the Panthers.
Oh, so
That's
it's not
who you're thinking.
It's not who I'm thinking. It was some sort of part of the Minnesota broadcast or coverage team that basically said, look at how few Panthers fans are here in attendance.
Jeez.
Yeah. I think even the Wild fans were incredulous that their own
game's on TNT.
Oh, I see.
Okay.
TNT. It's also
so we have to make sure we're set up.
It's
for that.
also on HBO Max.
So just make sure before we go live.
Bovar says, Edmonton would give him that money too.
And that's the thing is that it may sound crazy to us, but to some of these other teams, they might gladly give them that money.
Well, Stan Bowman would be stupid enough to give him a pay raise and give him term.
I just think it would be bad. The team together as Bob. That's.
So the Stars have allowed 6 goals in 3 of their last 4 playoff games.
Jeez.
Well, that includes last year's Western Conference Finals against the Oilers. J-Man says, McKenna, Barkov, Rhino. I see you're already regretting the Marchand contract. Well, all right, this year off to injury, and he still was one of our best producers for the early stretch. Yeah, that stadium cleared out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bowman was already stupid enough to trade Skinner for Jari. Reelson says, you put this year's version of Bob behind that Oilers defense, they don't make the playoffs. Barkov's exit interview said they'll do anything to keep Bob. So here we have it, folks. The Wild win 6-1 against the Stars. And now we will finally... Oh, there's a bit of a fight going on.
Of course, right?
Here we are. The game
all
just
right.
started.
Game already started. We're 30 seconds in. Jeez, ESPN cut it a little close there, eh? Good thing nobody scored in the first 30 seconds.
So this is taking place in Pittsburgh. Are those the Penguins' normal home jerseys, or are those alternates? So. I'm liking that teams are choosing to wear their alternates. Apparently, the Hurricanes wore their third jerseys today. Yeah, Dallas sure crapped the bed in their playoff opener.
That's one way to put it. Oh.
Wow. The Bengals just traded their first round pick.
Oh, here we go.
Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter
Lawrence. So the Giants are going to get the 10th overall pick. Or, excuse me, number 10 goes to the Giants.
All right.
So.
Oh, here comes Day. She finally woke up. Oh, put your scoreboard up.
Already did.
Okay. Oh, boy, there's a hit.
And Soderblom.
There we go.
Yeah, this is the Penguins alternates.
Yeah.
They're going with their gold, featuring matte gold helmets. You look like the Predators. When are we getting a third jersey?
Well, maybe we'll get it this year since we don't have cup jerseys to buy.
So the
Is
fly.
that going to be 2 apiece, or is it just wait
Bristol-
just on Philly?
Well, let's see. That's a pretty blatant boarding against Ristolainen.
Oh, come on! What are you talking about? He just had the puck. That's barely finishing his check. That's weak, man. That's how this is going to go.
Real Cinema says, hey, they might actually have a defense this year. You missed the Bengals beating the Chiefs and Bills in the playoffs.
Jeez, that's a weak call early in the first period, man.
So Ristolainen already called. Since the Giants have 5th and 10th, they could trade up to get Julian Love. All right, so now Carlson sends the puck around. I love on ESPN that they highlight players' names during power plays.
Yeah.
Carlson leaves it for Raquel over to Crosby. Crosby to Rust. Rust waits, sends it over to Crosby. The puck bounces off the back of the net, allowing Philly to get a clear.
Come on, Philly, shorthanded. Shove that penalty right back where it came from.
Carlson enters the zone, leaves it for Crosby over to Rust. Rust along the boards, chooses to turn around, sends it to Raquel. Carlson. Malkin just gets it back to Carlson. Carlson with a shot.
Just wide.
Crosby at the side of the net, unsuccessful chance on the rebound. And the puck rolls back out of the zone.
Hey, how you doing, kiddo? Good girl. Good girl. Where are you?
Crosby waits.
Huh? You were sleeping, huh?
He has the puck stolen from him.
Good girl.
This is...
Come on.
Is this Konechny?
Oh, it's Kognecki.
No, that's not Konechny. Or is it? It's someone else.
Oh, my God, lady.
Novak over to Malkin. Back to Chinnikov.
Jeez. Okay, good. Come on, lad. Good Lord. Okay, good girl.
So I know Stuart Skinner is the starting goalie for Pittsburgh.
Vladar.
And yeah, Vladar's the starter for the Flyers. Chinnikov shoots.
I better not miss a goal, lady.
What are you doing?
Come on, go.
Bold of you to get up in the middle of a power play.
She had to go, man.
All right, so now Ristolainen in the
killed it.
Yeah, this is a fast-paced game. Held in, Skinner able to redirect it.
Is it too early?
It's so weird to say Skinner. It's so weird to mention Skinner in a Penguins game that doesn't have the Oilers. Last time Flyers made the playoffs, Carter Hart was their goalie.
Yeah. And now Hart's playing for Vegas.
And the goaltending there is still awful. Although John Tortorella might, if Vegas goes anywhere, it's going to be because of Torts.
Yeah. All right.
Novak, Malkin, Kinda, Manfred, Warren is not to chart. All the home teams are wearing their alternates jerseys today. Well, I like it. It adds. It's nice to see teams get the chance to rock the alternates. when the Panthers make the playoffs
Oh,
next
God.
year, it'd be nice to wear our sweet sleeping cat in the first round or
That would be
something.
nice. Boy, fast pace to this.
Best logo in the NHL right now, probably take your pick. Ducks or Sharks.
Yeah, that's a tough call.
Although I always have appreciated the Minnesota Wilds, the literal beast built into the Wilds landscape. Skinner makes
There
a
you
stop.
27-year-old from Edmonton, Alberta, traded by his hometown Oilers. Rick Tocchet, 11 seasons as a Flyers player. He's in their Hall of Fame for his standout play.
So,
First year as their head coach, and also a great history.
Reelson misses. Owen Tippett takes his shot, and Skinner can't save it. The Panthers beat the Oilers for the Stanley Cup a third time. Oh, wait. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait. Offsides.
Offsides. And then an additional little shove against Cates.
But what he told us this morning was with the addition of Porter Martone, the health of Tyson Forster, Matvei Michkov's re-emergence, that they became a different team, a more dangerous team. And that led to that 18-6.
Yeah, Carolina made the black jerseys the primary ones.
Nearly 6 minutes gone by. The shots even at 3 apiece.
So shots even at 3 apiece as we approach 14 minutes remaining. Ryan Shea, one of the bottom pairing defensemen. And then Clifton sent it towards the net. I'm hoping for some more hits. I was promised a ridiculously physical series. There's one, Soderblom.
That's not icing.
Oh,
stolen away!
Wow, what a
Oh,
stop by Skinner against
Wow.
Forster.
Oh, they got him for the penalty?
The Flyers are going on the power
Yeah.
play.
What a play.
Latane gets called for tripping. Agua, por favor.
I gotta go pee. You're gonna have to wait. I held it the last year.
Darn it, the wind just closed the door. So Dexter Lawrence got traded to the Bengals in a pre-draft blockbuster that includes the number 10 overall pick heading to the Giants.
Subway Sub Club members, free. Get your favorite sub plus one. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
How can you rib up? I prefer mine medium rare, not medium.
Oh, well done, Tony.
Well done. Why would you do that? Thank you for the call.
All right, so far this has been very much back and forth. How does it feel not having to grow a playoff beard?
Oh, it's beautiful.
So
Hi,
Latane in the
girl.
penalty box for tripping
Girl.
Forrester.
Girl.
13:23 to go. So Lazat, Achari, Carlson, and Wotherspoon, the penalty killers for the Penguins. Kate Seagrass, Forrester out among the players for the Flyers. Forrester couldn't get the shot from the side. Drysdale sends it around. Martone. Is it Martone or Martone?
Martone.
Drysdale to Forrester. Forrester back to Drysdale, back to Forrester. There now the Flyers' power play has been god awful.
Yeah.
This season, dead last. So this is
Well,
this is your
he added Martone, who's helped. I think he took Tippett's
15.7%, and the Penguins had a top 10 PK this year. Your work is cut out for you, Philly. If anything is going to cost you a run, it's going to be your special teams. Drysdale waits, leaves it for Tippett. Tippett enters the zone. Tippett back to Konechny, back around to Michkov. Michkov sends it all the way around for Tippett. Konechny able to reach the puck. Back to Ristolainen at the blue line. Konechny waits. He takes a shot. Skinner makes the stop. Dvorak hoping to deflect it in. No, Lele. Yeah, no reason to go in there. Man, Martone sent it right through Skinner's legs. All right, so Dvorak in the faceoff circle. Achari just got tossed, and so Lazat had to take the faceoff. And the Penguins win the faceoff and get the clear. Philly only has 30 seconds left on the power play, less than 12 minutes to go in the first. Tippett crosses his own blue line, passes to Dvorak. Dvorak waits. He'll send it.
Oh, geez.
It's a goal.
Is it in?
There goes.
No, I'm going to say no.
The ref signaling no goal.
Is Skinner okay?
Dvorak pretty much collided directly with Skinner trying to score.
Is he okay?
Ref signaled no goal. Let's find. I'm guessing goalie interference has to be why they've ruled it. Dvorak. Oh, he might have kicked it in. Do you see that? Right there. It went off his skate. Oh, no, wait. No, it bounced off of Skinner, actually. Pardon me. But I'm thinking goalie interference.
Is that what they were saying?
I mean, you crashed directly into the goal.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I just was wondering. Oh, he kicked it. He kicked it forward anyway. See?
No, it bounced off of Stuart Skinner's stick. See?
All right, so no goal.
Sandheim over to Dvorak, but the pass was intercepted. Lazat with the puck, and he wisely chooses to just hang on to it for the remainder of this penalty. And now,
all right, so each team has had a kill.
All right, so now it is hard to read the numbers unless I'm seeing the back of them.
Right. On Pittsburgh, you mean?
On Pittsburgh especially.
Yeah.
There's another physical hit. Chinikov got direct. And then there's a spinorama move
A lot of action for not even 10 minutes
for
in.
Gerard.
Here we go.
Fight. We're not even halfway through this period yet. Glenn.
Okay. No stress hockey.
No stress whatsoever.
The Flyers are the more aggressive team. That's in the Philadelphia.
Good girl.
Glenn Denning started it and then fell
Yeah.
down. Oh no, Lay, you've got your toy.
Oh my goodness. Come here. This is sad. Come here. Give me the toy. Give me the toy. Ah,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our professional playoff coverage.
yes. I got it. Come on.
All right, so
Come on.
is that going to be icy? No, Skinner slows the puck down
Come on.
just enough for Latane. Latane moves the puck along. It bounces back and forth a few times. Latane tries again. This time he has Wotherspoon. The Flyers have the early 6-3 leads in shots. Soderblom with the puck. He's able to move it along. The Penguins get the clear. Now, finally, Anthony Mantha brings it into the zone, but almost immediately Nick Seeler and Andre are there to get the puck. And then that was a dangerous chance created by
Okay.
number
Can I have
30.
a break now? Okay. Okay, good girl. Okay? All right, good girl. We'll play more later.
Oh, that's 94. That is Martone.
Okay.
Drysdale's helmet came off.
He's got to leave. Oh,
Why is play still going? So, yeah. Drysdale helmet came off. I'm not sure why play wasn't immediately blown dead. Broken sticks. There was broken sticks everywhere.
Yeah. oh.
Crosby might have pulled Drysdale's helmet off. This could be a Flyers power play. Right there.
Yeah.
That's pretty blatant.
Oh,
They
come
called a
on.
penalty
They
on
evened it
Drysdale.
out.
They called a penalty on Drysdale. They just wanted to see what would happen with 4-on-4 just for the heck of it.
Jeez. Yeah, but I mean, they are really. They're making shit up now. Now they're just making shit up.
Water.
Okay, but you know it's now. The price has gone up. Okay?
If we ever got it.
Mexico has they have blocked off the Gulf of America, so now we get no water.
I don't think the American public could withstand the insufferability of Steelers-Eagles Super Bowl. That would the toxic smog rising from all of Pennsylvania would suffocate the entire Western Hemisphere. Apparently, at the 20 minutes away from puck drop, there had already been 2 fights in PBG Paints Arena and 5 fan ejections. This was 20 minutes before puck drop. Already 5 fans getting ejected from the stands. Did you hear that?
No, they already had fans ejected.
20 minutes before game.
Oh wow! So what's the penalty on?
For interference, for essentially
Oh, so they're
for
the penalty is taking his helmet off, but then the penalty is staying on the ice because your helmet got taken off. That's wild.
yeah, because he continued going after Crosby instead of immediately leaving the ice or whatever. Flyers fans are probably actively wishing against getting power plays or special teams in general.
Yeah. And offsides.
Offsides. 8:19 to go in the first. Yes, so far the Flyers are holding their own.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, the only reason the Penguins are here because of the forwards.
Right.
Their defense and goaltending is an adventure. Although they are still having a better time of it than the Oilers did out of that trade.
Yeah, I mean, Jari's not even the starter.
No, Bowman's only reason he hasn't had his head on the pike by now is because he also got Connor Ingram.
Yeah.
So Zegras got a shot off against Skinner, but he, of course, stopped it. It's nice to see Zegras finally playing well on the Flyers. You wonder why he couldn't do it again when he was a Duck.
Well, I mean, a lot of times it's the system.
Zegras scored 26 goals in the regular season, his career high. Ricard Raquel shoots, stopped by Vladar. Now, I believe this is Owen Tippett, and he has Dvorak with him.
It's
Tippett and Dvorak were so close, but neither of them could get a clean shot.
Now what?
Oh, it's Skinner's mask.
Boy, there's been a lot of interesting things here this first period.
Bulver says the Penguins finally recovered from losing to Chicago and helping to create the monster that is the Panther.
Yeah.
Phillies slowly gaining on those shots. 10-4 already. 7:29 to go in the first. So Latane with the puck. He moves it along. And this rolls all the way into the Flyers. And that's icing. There will be an offensive zone draw for the Flyers. So, what timer?
Tomorrow we're going live at 4.
4?
Excuse me, 5.
5.
5 for
Canadians. And Canadians.
Yeah, and we'll catch the end of the Kings in Colorado. And then after the Lightning game, if we want to catch the end of
Sabres
and Bruins.
Panthers get 2 cups. Chicago gets Bedard and maybe McKenna too. Everybody wins except the hockey guy.
Yeah.
Skinner smothers the puck. 22 seconds left to 4-on-4. 7:06 to go in the first. Trent thinks the Avs are going to sweep the Canes.
Yeah, I picked them in 5 just to give the Kings a little bit of respect.
I also picked 5 games. Honestly, there's no team out there that's talent is so despairingly bad that they're going to be swept. At least not until one of the Pacific teams meets the Central teams.
It's kept in. All right, we're back to full
Ristolainen
strength
with
now.
the puck, sends it around. And now it will bounce back to center ice. This is Lizotte with the puck. He is waiting. He is forced all the way backwards, being relentlessly pressured. Boulevard can't wait for Spencer Knight to become the second coming of Patrick Law. Couture.
Hey!
That's not a penalty.
Not? Oh, man, take this shot. Hey, interference over there, too. That's twice.
What is that name? Barkey. Barkey refused to take the shot. I think he was trying to pass to Mitchkov there.
Dude, you got to take that shot, man.
Trent says the Flyers have a very similar style to how we play. Clifton sends the puck over to checks notes. Menfo. Yeah. These yellow jerseys are torture for trying to see the numbers.
Trying to see the numbers. Yeah, you can't see it unless you see the back.
Carlson sends it up ahead. And this is Novak with Crosby. Crosby unable to reach it. Zegras with a nifty move, allowing his teammate, that's Konechny, sending it in. Or pardon me, that is Forster. Trent has a feeling Barkov is going to be on a mission. Bet he'll get 100 points next year.
He's going to play for Finland in the Worlds.
In the World Hockey.
Yeah, the champ. Yep.
Cool.
Maurice says he's 100% ready. So if we had made the playoffs,
he'd be out there.
He'd have been out there.
Was up.
Nobody else would be out there. The whole rest of the team is hurt.
Wow. So that was Dvorak outright smothering his opponent, which allows eventually the Flyers to get the clear. 4 minutes left in the first. Latane once again being the man trying to set up an offensive push. Soderblom with the shot. Yeah, the Penguins were once rumored to relocate. That was years ago, though, right?
That would be an abomination.
So here we are. Clifton moves it along. Vladar lets his teammate play the puck, and that's immediately cleared. Clifton back in his own zone. Penguins are getting heavily outshot here.
Yeah, Philly's played a good period.
All right. Oh, it's a steal, but they could not set up Cates with the shot.
Damn,
and Skinner has already made 11 saves in this game.
Okay.
For the big, small, short, tall. For the thinkers and the doers. For old friends. Coca-Cola. For everyone.
You're allowed to tap the hat. You're not allowed to take it off.
Yeah.
They're on fire with more MLB.
Spaceman heard the Capitals Arena is one of the worst arenas in the league.
Really?
Can I have your autograph?
Of course.
Thank you. Are you serious?
Professional. It's never too soon to think of like the future as mass mutual. They're more than insurance. Call that number, set up a meeting with this team.
It's a framer right there.
God,
Poor
that
kid.
And now it's time to take your shot. Face off against family and friends. And see if you can predict.
one. I'm sure the kids in that commercial got an actual.
I'm sure.
Bush.
I'm sure.
A trip to a 2026-27 NHL event and an Adventure Chrono NHL Limited Edition watch by Nordgan. Sign up today at NHL.com/bracket.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh. And when a lot of us showed up to the rink today, they're wearing these t-shirts. They're Sean Couturier's idea. As you can see,
The rally towel says flip script. And there's the Jason goalie mask. 3.8% believe. Spaceman believes if the Penguins never got Crosby in the first place, they would have been sent to Quebec. All right, so which line? This is the Tippett line, so that's Zegras, Forster. That's their top line.
Yeah.
And they've got York and Drysdale, the defenseman, out there. And the Penguins win the faceoff. Drysdale moves it along, but it is the Penguins getting possession in the offensive zone. Rust is unable to get the puck past Drysdale, which results in a standoff. Crosby trying to reach it himself, but it just allows the Flyers to clear. Tippett crosses the blue line. The puck gets stranded, but it allows Forster to get it behind the net. Forster waits, looks. Tippett takes the sharp shot, but it bounces before it even reaches Skinner. Zegras trying unsuccessfully to pressure the Penguins into coughing up the puck. Do we remember the Thrashers? I don't. That team last season was basically the year I started watching. I wasn't really paying attention most of the time to all the other teams in the league. So, Flyers playing the defense that they have been using to get into the playoff spot this season.
Yeah, no, they're I don't want to praise them to the end of the period, because bad things happen when I praise teams.
Last minute remaining. Latane got knocked down and then dragged along because he was sort of holding on to a stick. Then Cates. Here we have Barkey. Cates in the corner. Cates trying desperately to get some space between himself and the Penguins. And Barkey. That's a funny name.
Yeah. Finally, they got it out.
And that's going to be
Right
cleared.
back. That's it.
That is the end of the first.
Boy. And for Pittsburgh, you can't be real happy with that. I know it's 0-0, but
it is a tie It is a tie game. Pretty much both teams have gone back and forth with the high danger chances, but the Flyers have been out shooting the Penguins, and towards the end of that period, really neither team was able to get much in the way of scoring chances.
Every inch of ice was contested that period. Great period of playoff hockey. Discipline will be a key too. Yeah, I thought Philly did exactly what they needed to do. I thought they were the better checking team in that period. Pittsburgh's going to have to force the envelope a little bit more. They're going to have to get it on the foot.
And watch the goaltending. That's always a question in these kind of playoff series you want to see. And Stuart Skinner was actually pretty good. Look at him shaking up. Stuart Skinner is very good in the playoffs.
So I'd love to hear your guys' thoughts on this Flyers Penguins game so far.
How do you continue that energy in this game without going to the penalty box?
Yeah, it's important to stay in control, discipline. They have a lot of talent that can make you pay for kick penalties. So, yeah, we got to play on the edge. Respect the game and not too much.
Hungry Xenomorph believes this is the best game today so far. I did not get to see any of Hurricane Senators. Was it not as fast-paced or as generally entertaining as this game? The Flyers so far have out-hit the Penguins 16-8. That sounds about the strategy you want to employ if you're the Flyers. The Sens had 9 shots on goal at the start of the third. That ain't gonna cut it. I have you bastards beating the Hurricanes in 6. You got good goaltending out of Linus Ullmark, and you utterly wasted it in this game 1. David says this is a typical first period hard hitting, both teams being defensively responsible. David says the Canes played great, thought it was a much better game, harder hitting. The Sens had a 6-0 shots on goal lead in the first. Then Canes went all Panthers on them and shut them down.
I gotta go myself a yogurt. I'll be back. I'll come back, but I need. Okay.
All right. You got 14 minutes.
Yeah.
So it was at least a good development to see the Flyers get at least one high danger chance on their power play. Unfortunately, they could not convert it. And it comes with the caveat that Dvorak basically tried to bowl over Stuart Skinner. Bolvar says if the Ducks look good Monday, that's the best outcome. A round 2 without the Oilers is the perfect playoffs. I don't believe the Ducks have what it takes to knock out the Oilers in the first round. Honestly, I'm sort of sour on personally rooting for the Ducks after what Radko Gudas did to Austin Matthews. I have come to respect Austin Matthews as a player after the performance he put on for Team USA in the Olympics, and seeing Gudas blatantly go out of his way to injure him is unacceptable.
We're heavy D8s, Hurricanes, and Hellcats. And we're backing up with America's best powertrain limited warranty. Because nothing stops Ram.
David, you look at different stuff. Kane's able to roll top 3 lines with very little drop off. Minnesota and Sens drop off after the second. Yeah, Coach Q's got some magic left in him still.
So that's a no.
Stop living on a prayer and get State Farm.
60% of sales on Amazon come from independent sellers like John from Blue Corn Beeswax Candles.
I started a business to do wholesale anybody, and Chase has supported
So-
me from the beginning.
Let me see if I can.
Expedia first intermission report.
Scoreless after a hard-fought 20 minutes.
Tomorrow's playoff series, the Kings Avalanche. Avalanche should be winning. The Avalanche should be winning every game by 3 goals minimum in that series. Maybe allow 1 Kings win for a gentleman's sweep. Lightning Canadiens is going to be brutal. I think Buffalo is going to handle the Sabres rather easily. Mammoth and Golden Knights, I actually have the Mammoth winning that series because I believe the wheels might come off of Vegas early just because of their bad goaltending, and the Mammoth have the Zamoth. They have that awesome Zamboni. The Mammoth have all the good vibes. They might not be getting taught the hard lesson in this first round, as first-year playoff teams usually do. First-time playoff teams.
The young talent in this league isn't scared. I mean, they're fired up. They're excited for this opportunity. They're not looking over.
Yeah. The Bruins all season long have struck me as a wild card team that is potentially playing well above their heads.
This first intermission report is presented by Expedia. The one place you go to go places.
They've essentially were able to gather up what remnants they had left after trading guys like Marchand away last season. And the Bruins are partly the benefactors of a whole bunch of other teams in the East falling on their faces. Bolvar says the Mammoth are coming to the fortress. They're getting destroyed. Torts hasn't lost at home with these guys. There's a first time for everything.
Holy smokes. You don't look so good, boss.
The Sabres offensive power alone is going to give the Bruins a very, very difficult time. I mean, I watched Tage Thompson play in the Olympics. The dude is unreal. David says, to me, Sabres are a great feel-good story that may fold when they get punched in the mouth in the playoffs. You remember that epic between the Sabres and Lightning earlier in the regular season? It's proof that the Sabres can hold their own against fellow playoff teams and potential championship contenders that are trying to punch them down and keep them down.
Don't rush indulgence.
Yeah, we shall indeed see.
Rich, smooth, creamy. Take your sweet time. That's Styles.
When Verizon gives you a free phone,
Gemini, show me the concealer.
you use AI a lot.
The long, thin tube in the middle.
So, some of the reasons I picked the Mammoth specifically to beat Vegas is because the one thing that people need to remember about Torts is that he's only good for a team in the short term. And if Vegas all of a sudden finds their goal scoring opportunities dry up against a team like the Mammoth that has good defense, you have to take into consideration that Vegas might crumble purely because of the goalies that they are having to ride into battle with.
Steve, we're here at South Tier Brewing Company on a Saturday night as Sabres fans are getting ready for Game 1 tomorrow night against the Bees. And you can just tell that this city is set to explode. They are so jacked up as they make their first playoff appearance since 2011. I've been talking to fans all day, and they said it's like we're reborn. Another fan said to me, we've been with them through all the bad times, and now it's time to celebrate the good times. And that's exactly what everyone is doing. So when in Buffalo, you got to join in. So we're going to celebrate.
Hey, good job. No, that's Levack's Blue, by the way. Meanwhile, in Lake Erie, they're drinking out of the Sabre thing, and then why not go for a plunge? It's only 40 degrees, not that big a deal.
So apparently the Sabres fans are drinking out of their beer sabers and then plunging into 40-degree Lake Erie.
Everybody's drinking, and we wondered, we'd like to drink out of something.
I have no drinks here at the house.
It might be empty, but leaves. I'm a glass half full type of guy. We could get a little party going. We just need a couple other problems.
So
Let's get the party going. Buffalo, send us some of those Sabre things. We'll drink anything.
so there's the Penguins mess.
At the game, Gritty not invited to the game.
Gritty's at the Philly watch party getting the crowd hyped up. ESPN, I cannot believe that you not only ruined Freebird, but you're going to double down and triple down on ruining Freebird by continuing to play that remix of Freebird for every single game.
Celebrities don't rule the menu. You do.
So tell us, what do you know? How about a peppercorn realty Whopper?
It's stacked with bacon, Swiss, and peppercorn aioli. Try the latest in the Whopper by You series today. This is Body Armor.
Bolvar says, man, nothing beats birthday cake ice cream. You've got that slightly backwards. Nothing beats an ice cream cake for your birthday. I should know. I just had a Reese's peanut butter and chocolate ice cream cake for my own birthday while I was in Florida earlier this year. My favorite ice cream flavors are Moose Tracks, any combination of chocolate and peanut butter in a swirl. Black raspberry ice cream if it's done right. If you have the right black raspberry, if it's real black raspberry, it's delicious for ice cream.
Your chance to win a trip to the Stanley Cup Final for you and 4 friends. Enter on the Great Clips app today.
Dad, you have 2 minutes.
This weekend, live from Las Vegas, the best in the world.
I call the shots.
Pardon me.
Okay, yeah, she's not letting me out of her sight. I'll put you
Wonder why
outside.
that is.
I'll put you outside, kid. Come on, go out there, knucklehead.
Change happens fast. Lock in your internet price for 5 years and get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, the American man.
I'm a star on your team. Check out my game day drip.
You know what she learned?
What?
So, when she first started getting used to the yard, she would find the bunny in the yard and chase it all over. She can't catch it. But she knows that it goes to that spot in the fence.
Yeah.
So now the first thing she does when she runs out, she runs right out of the back door, right to that spot in the fence to cut them off. So they have to go another way.
Oh, that's funny.
She figured it out. And she can't catch them. She's nowhere near as fast as. Remember how fast Ellie was in her younger days?
Yeah.
At the Palm Bay Dog Park? She was like a freaking greyhound. Leia's not that fast. Of course, she didn't get to run like from puppy like Ellie did. Okay. So,
yeah.
What do we think of this game so far?
Fun. Stress-free.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good game.
Ray Ferraro trying to put out his hands to keep the players from accidentally whacking him with a hockey stick. Trey says Sandy got rocked today.
Oh.
You mean Sandy Alcantara? Or am I completely misinterpreting?
Yeah, I thought so. I was really impressed with the young Flyers. For the most part, they didn't look like they were inching their way into the series. I thought Dan Muse of the Panthers.
Hello, Weather Low. Here we are. The second period is underway.
Okay.
And now it will be Ristolainen who moves it up ahead. The one and only. All right, so Glendening. Couturier sends it just wide. Glendening unable to reach the puck. But Couturier immediately sent it back into the zone. And there's Martone. Cam Yorks keeps it away from the Penguins and gets a clear. And now it'll be Wotherspoon hanging on to the puck behind his own net, slowly making his way through the zones. Then he dumps the puck in. It rolls all the way around. Crosby unable to reach it. 50. I have to remember 59 is Chinakov and not Gensel.
Oh, yeah.
So weird. Dvorak able to keep the puck moving. Ristolainen chose to peel back instead of cheating.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Dana says hello.
Hey, Dana.
How's the search for an interim cup championship coming along? Well, the Stars look god-awful in the first game, but what else is new?
What else is new?
Carlson with the shot. The Flyers are trying desperately to keep the puck away from the Penguins, but Ristolainen dumps it in. Skinner plays it, leaves it for Gerard, who sends it all the way up ahead to Raquel, but Raquel could not do anything with it. Oh, it's a break. Oh, Segrist gets denied by Skinner. That was a good chance. Penguins better turn up the offensive pressure, or the Flyers are eventually going to break through. You don't want to break Stuart Skinner so early, Penguins.
Yeah.
Oh, what a dangerous chance for Novak, but I don't even think he got a shot off. Curse you, yellow jerseys. Shea sends it up ahead. All I want is to read the numbers in a reasonable amount of time. Shea moves it along to Clifton. Lazard sent it back behind, and now Shea has to once again send it back behind. DeWar in the vicinity. Clifton able to hold it in.
Here we go.
That's Malkin.
Here we go. 2-on-1.
It's a 2-on-1.
Come on, do the thing.
And
Damn it.
Skinner makes the stop. This time against Cates.
Oh, that was the time to pass. He was wide open.
What the hell just happened there?
Glitch in the Matrix.
Was that Clifton colliding with
Yeah.
Mantha?
Yeah, they knocked each other over.
Soderblom gets hit, but it's not enough to strip him of the puck. Kindle moves it along. That would be Ben Kindle, not Jakob Kindle.
Yeah, not Jakob.
And this is sent all the way back to Skinner. Soderblom waits. He dumps the puck in, and then Vladar, pardon me, chooses to hang on to it. 15:34 to go. I'm telling you, Penguins defense is an adventure. And then a great play by Sealer.
I mean, this is a 2-on-1. Oh, gotta make that pass.
Great defensive play by Sealer to prevent a scoring opportunity from Tommy Novik. Gerard chases down the puck. Crosby able to move it along. Rust leaves it for Crosby, over to Rust. Rust chooses to circle around Gerard with the puck. And it's going to go the other way, but unfortunately Konechny blew a tire and allows Chinakov to set up Rust the other way, but he can't get a shot past the opposition. Again. Konechny waits. He turns over the puck to Gerard. Gerard over to DeWar. DeWar can't do anything with the puck. Oh, it's Dewar. It's not DeWar. Dewar. Wotherspoon with the puck. Now Carlson behind his own net. Rolls back to York and Drysdale in their own zone, and they set it up ahead. Flyers are offside. Duor is bent over in some discomfort. Is it because I called him Duor? Oh, and Tippett smushes.
Yeah.
Ouch! That was a awkward collision of the left shoulder. Oh no, that hit his back across the numbers. Ow! And he went into the tunnel. Well, that is one of the fourth liners for the Penguins. He's with Lizotte and Achari. He had already been starting this after having recovered from an injury. You know, he was a decision today. Gained a decision earlier. Novak sends the puck into the Flyer zone. A hard collision involving Ricard Raquel. Novak trying to get something. Tough angle and out of play. Trent says, I get this feeling the Flyers will go on the run. They're way more physical than the Pens. I have the Flyers making the conference finals.
They're pretty decent right now, but I don't want to get ahead of myself.
It feels good to get your savings on. He's very helpful. It feels good to Geico.
That commercial was a bit cringe, but the joke at the end, you can't touch this. You can't touch my lunch. It's still better than that Cheetos commercial that also used the song.
Yeah. Oh, I hope we didn't just get copyrighted.
Can't touch this, dude. Can't touch this is a song worth getting copyrighted for. Trent thinks this Flyers team can be like the 96 Panthers. Not many big names, but they play a real good team game. But for love of God, could you get better on special teams already? Seriously, 15.7% power play? You think it might be overtime tonight?
That would not surprise me.
Stress-free playoff
Stress-free
hockey.
overtime, too.
And they're showing all the highlights from years past of Penguins Flyers. Crosby with a bloody mouth. You wouldn't see that because you are... Who are you texting, Grandpa? Tell me you're at least texting Grandpa. Hello?
What?
I was asking what you were doing on your phone.
I had to check something on the channel.
Oh, okay. You zoned out there for a second.
Yeah, I zoned out there for a second. I'm good. I'm here.
Penguins have had no shots in the last 10 minutes. Vladar, just as they've... Congratulations, you finally got a shot. Ristolainen apparently is also a little banged up after taking a hit earlier in this game, but he is at least on the Flyers bench. 31 years old, and this is his first playoff game. There was a time where the Flyers were rightfully lambasted for the contracts that they paid out to that dude. This was, several years ago. If he can help them, he can help them. Couturier waits.
Oh,
he
my
missed.
God. No, I think Skinner made the save.
That puck looked like it went directly up to the glass.
Oh.
Couturier has laid 6 hits It's a playoff career high in 40 games played. Crosby enters the zone. He passes to Rust. Vladar, I believe, made the stop there.
Yeah.
65 points this year for Rust.
Oh, another giveaway in
Another
front.
giveaway. This time it's Konechny has to move into the defenders. And then Chinnikov is there to help the Penguins get the puck back, or so I thought. Instead, it's Martone. Now it's a clear for the Penguins. And Rust had to work around. I don't know if he even got a shot there. Chinnikov the other way. He's trying to pass it. It did not connect. Rust lost the puck. Accurate pass, and Rust could not hang on to it. The Penguins have woken up just a little bit here. It looks like Dewar is back on the ice. Oh, it's a breakaway! Tippett gets robbed.
No!
You shot it right into Skinner.
Oh,
Tippett, what are you doing?
that's like the third or fourth breakaway they've had this period.
Zegras flips it ahead. And I'm supposed to be rooting for the Penguins. I'm just hoping for a fun series, honestly.
Yeah.
And maybe for my bracket to be correct. At least make it past the first round this year, please. Zegras moves it back. Did you see that hit by Tippett?
Did not.
Zegras waits. Tippett is right in front, but he's getting harassed. It's in! Wow, what a shot! That's Jamie Drysdale of all people. Breaks the ice.
I mean, that was coming, man. Pittsburgh has been getting bullied this whole period.
There we go.
That was coming.
Right there.
Yep.
Skinner didn't have a chance.
No, he didn't see it.
Gerard was right in front of him. Yep. Barkey was less of an issue than Gerard there.
Oh, 5-hole.
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 Brutal. So with 10:41 to go in the second, the Flyers take the early 1-0 lead. It's his first career playoff goal. 8 in the regular season was his career high. He just turns 24. I mean, what are the Penguins thinking, crowding that area with so many of their own bodies?
Philadelphia's playing well.
Yeah, Owen Tippett is on this.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Noah Lachari is on the Penguins.
Yeah. It's kind of interesting how we moved on from him because we thought his body was broken down. And we've had a rotating door at 4C ever since, and he's just kept playing.
True says this is old-time hockey here. What's up, fam? Hello, True.
Yeah, this is just good stuff.
So I was hoping to see if some of the Penguins fans, a couple of the Penguins fans that we've had the pleasure of seeing in our Panthers game streams, like a Mercs fan and such, I'm hoping they'll realize that we're streaming this series. I wanted to ask any Penguins fans that are here, is this surprise playoff berth for the Penguins what you as fans would consider a potential last dance for Crosby and company on the level of the Chicago Bulls and
there's a
Michael
penalty.
Jordan? And now we've got Brian Rust exchanging pleasantries with Sanheim. And it turns into a larger scrum.
Yep.
Yeah, brutal loss for the Stars on home ice, too. Yeah, it feels so weird that the Panthers season is over, but not for the rest of the NHL. So Sanheim goes into the penalty box. He's called for interference. Watching the NHL playoff stress-free does feel nice.
What's your favorite song?
Let me guess. ESPN has a Canadian bias, and they want some payback for Team USA using free birds in the Olympics by utterly ruining it. At least we don't have. I will admit, I would listen to this all day long instead of what a pro wants, what a pro needs.
God. Remember the old Cleveland Clinic commercials?
Yeah, the ones.
What was it? Today and every day.
World class care.
So this was back in like 2011, 2012, 13, somewhere in there. On the Panthers broadcasts, every single commercial break had a Cleveland Clinic commercial. Today and every day.
Are you sure it was that long ago? I'm thinking it might have been more like 14, 15, 16.
It wasn't.
I think it was during the early days of your channel, maybe.
No, that was at when we were at Florence, I think. Well,
I thought it was when we were at Lexington.
I don't think it was at this house. Oh, Lexington. Yeah, Lexington. You're right. Lexington. But I didn't have the channel then.
2014.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it was when the first year we had Fluffy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was 12 years ago now.
That's 12 years ago now.
So now the Penguins on the power play. Couturier, Glendening, Ristolainen, and York, the penalty killers for the Flyers. True says, crazy. I used to do security for the Pens when they came in town and wanted to go out on the town. Crosby. Oh, it's a turnover.
What?
Couturier the other way. He tried to backhand it. I thought he had a chance to just take the shot from the circle. Pat McAfee just taken out on the stretcher due to a flying elbow drop from Jelly Roll. I have absolutely zero context for that. 1:24 to go. 1:24 to go on the power play. 8:46 to go in the second. This is so much easier than having to watch the Panthers break every bone in their respective bodies. Carlson with the puck. You're getting waxed at this point by the Flyers in every fashion but the goal scoring.
They just iced it on their own power play.
Stanley Cup playoffs bracket challenge
presented by Expedia is
8:25 to go in the second. 1:03 to go on the power play. So we've got about 117. True says, how can I see your picks? Well, I tell you what, I'll send my dad. I downloaded the image for my brackets, so I'll send it to you. I'm even considering starting my own league this year on the NHL.com bracket challenge, because apparently my dad's sold the soul of the bracket to Spark. Trent says the Pens are just lucky to be here. Nah, they actually had a shift in organizational philosophy and strategy, something that Pitt and Steelers fans only can dream of. The Steelers seriously hired Mike McCarthy as their next head coach. Novak tried to get the puck to Mantha, but instead it's going to end up cleared. True says, do it because I missed out on the flying fluffy hockey bracket. Eisenite says, oh, and Tippett.
Yeah.
Their penalty killing wasn't great down the stretch. Philadelphia, since March 2nd, gave up 19 power play goals. Only San Jose.
Yeah, tomorrow I'll create the league.
What the hell is she doing? Hey,
Carlson with the puck. Less than 30 seconds left on the Pittsburgh power play. The Penguins have had 0 shot attempts, let alone shots on goal on this power play. Malkin with the puck.
All right, I'm just checking on
Malkin
you.
over to Carlson at the blue line. Back to Crosby. Back to Carlson. Over to Crosby. Malkin waits, and the puck rolls all the way out. 0 shot attempts for the Penguins on that power play. The entire power play.
Philadelphia is playing a good brand of hockey right now.
True says Dusty Rhodes' son Cody is about to win the belt in WrestleMania. 7 minutes left in the second. Gerard moves the puck along at a leisurely pace. You know, Penguins, I was promised that you guys have a really good forward core. All I'm seeing is you getting beaten to a pulp by Gritty.
Hey, that's out.
Offside, 6:28 to go.
What the hell is that?
You okay, Leah?
You okay?
Have you been eating the grass?
All right, come on. Don't throw up on me, though. I'll kick you right off. Huh? You good? Huh?
Trent says,
growling or what?
Tuckett took the Oilers to Game 7 in the semifinals. Martone moves it ahead, but the Penguins retake the puck, only to give it away again.
No shot clock. No shot counter now.
There it is.
There it goes.
Yeah, the Penguins are going to have to shoot more if they want to get anywhere.
Oh, come on. Oh,
They're
geez,
at 9 shots on goal.
Right, good girl.
They're at 9 shots on goal in this game so far. Martone sends it along. Puck ends up going his direction along the boards. Konechny trying to steal it back. And then Kendall. Here we go. Shea moves it along to Chinnikov, who immediately gets swarmed.
Here we
It's a
go.
potential 2-on-1 here.
Oh, that was well played.
Cates got stymied by a good defensive play from the Penguins. Crosby moves the puck up ahead. Rust flips it in. Just Kachucking around says, wow, how is Pittsburgh even in the playoffs? Easily the worst team today. Did you not see how the Stars got absolutely waxed today?
Oh, no. Oh, shoot.
Vladar makes the stop. You should have seen the effort Rantanen put on one of the goals against. Vladar with the stop. And that one goes in. Evgeny Malkin ties it up. The Penguins get the goal they needed with 4:09 to go in the second. The Flyers chose now to let foot off the gas in their own zone.
Yeah.
It starts with Ricard Raquel, and then the puck immediately went back to the other teammate and then to Malkin. Vladar, you have to stop that.
Yeah.
So I think Tommy Novak was the player who redirected it straight back to Malkin. Yes, we've got a game here.
Yep.
68th career playoff goal, tied for 21st all time with Gordie Howe. Pittsburgh is slowly catching up in the shots. Now they're at 11 shots. The Flyers have stopped getting high danger chances altogether. This is going to be a 7-game series, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Regardless of who wins. I think the only other 7-game series in this whole... I have a feeling Kings Sens might go 7, but I think Stars Wild absolutely is going 7. And Stars, you no longer have the Peter DeBoer always wins game 7 buff.
Oh, we got a fight over there, I think.
They blew the whistle. I think the Philly was offsides. And Malkin is hurt. Oh, no. Malkin is in pain.
That's not good.
Yinzer's about to scream out to the heavens.
He's fine.
David says if the Flyers don't win tonight, they might be in trouble. You're not sure how much better they can play. Malkin finished a check against Sealer, and then Sealer grabbed his arm. 2:49 to go in the second. True says Malkin won the dirtiest play of the regular season. Alrighty then.
Okay.
I think Urinating Tree is actually streaming this game tonight. By the way.
That makes sense.
Emphasis on the break. It matters where you stay. Book your spring break now. Hilton for the stay.
Says, Flyers fans, what you are seeing is the Penguins defense. It's pretty shit. David says, better be careful. Malkin might just do a two-handed chop to the dome. He does that.
Pick a side. Don't play.
Alrighty then. So this has been definitely as advertised.
Yeah.
Skinner's like, give me a chance to save this. And then this right here, this is just unfortunate. Ricard Raquel takes the shot and then it goes essentially right back to Malkin. With Vladar, you might want to make a better save attempt there.
Well,
so Couturier and Crosby talking to a ref. Those are the respective captains, correct?
yes.
Jessica chucking around believes both these teams aren't good. You underestimate the Flyers, methinks. And Malkin is currently on the bench. We are still at 5-on-5 at this moment. So the Flyers collect the puck. Drysdale dumps it in. Carlson able to move it along to Wotherspoon. Wotherspoon with a stretch pass to Rust, but it is Carlson who gets the puck stolen from him in the middle of the zone, allowing the Flyers to re-enter the zone, or they would have if Rust hadn't just taken the puck back. Eric Carlson moves it along. Rust trying to reach it. Surprisingly, Drysdale did not obliterate him. Chinnikov back to Crosby and Rust. Now finally it is Forster moving it ahead, but immediately the Penguins retake possession. Gerard enters the zone. He centers it, but it goes all the way back to Latane. And then Kindle moves it along. Gerard is a one-timer, successfully stopped. That was a dangerous chance for
Gotta make sure you guys get the clear
for
first.
Anthony Mantha.
Oh,
Another turnover in the Flyers zone.
yeah.
Gerard looking, and
Blocked.
Owen Tippett blocked the shot.
Here we go again.
Ristolainen involved in another penalty, although I think this time he might be the one drawing a penalty instead of taking it. Mantha gets called for cross-checking. The Flyers
Okay.
gets a chance on the man advantage. Let's see. Yeah, the cross-check, and then Mantha added a few more just for good measure. Okay, Flyers, you've got the whole rest of this period and the start of the third to potentially score on your special teams. Kate Segrist, Forster, Martone, Drysdale, the power play unit. They only had one shot in their previous power play. And the Penguins immediately win the face-off and get the clear. Segrist is 10 power play goal, had 10 power play goals in the regular season. 6 more than any other Flyer. Martone able to Well, he had the puck turned over on him. Drysdale collects the puck, leaves it for Martone. Martone sends it in, but there's no pressure whatsoever by the Flyers on that power play. Drysdale over to Zegras. Zegras.
Whoa, no call, eh?
And it's a foot race. Ristolainen just wins it against Achari. Dvorak with the puck. Michkov. Dvorak with a last-second shot, and that will end the second period. It's tied at 1, and the the Flyers will have additional power play to start the third. Water when you get a chance. Yes, I did hear about the Dexter Lawrence trade. I think Giants fans are actually happy they're getting the 10th overall pick. Mr. Vid says, evening, boys. Evening to you as well.
That is so wrong. That is so wrong. That is so wrong. It's got to be a joke, guys.
Why is Mark Messier drinking something out of the Stanley Cup through a straw?
This is the Discover second intermission report. Oh my gosh. Let's do home court tomorrow.
Yes, helps you shop, vote, and buy the right coverage team, even if it's not with us. What do you think of this option?
Don't hate me. I just told him that you're interested.
You did not.
Oh, I know. Let's break all each other.
Janias, I'll ask my dad about that. Hot Dog says that's bad for the Dolphins because the Caleb Downs dream died. The Dolphins are probably going either offensive line or perhaps defensive secondary in the draft. Make no mistake, the Dolphins have started on what's going to be a multi-year rebuild.
Don't let your vacation rental be invisible. Listen on Booking.com. Get seen, get booked. On Booking.com, Booking.com.
Oh. Hot Dog says Caleb Downs is the best secondary in the draft. I wasn't paying attention and thought Caleb Downs might be a quarterback that Dolphins fans were wanting to get. Offensive tackle's probably a bigger need, though. All right. He's the safety for Ohio State. Thank you.
Between a good day and a less than great one, it's all in the details of how you see the world. And that's why my mornings start with this, a once-a-day eye drop to treat blurry near vision. Menus, labels, screens, even doing my makeup, little things started to be big problems. But now I can stay in the moment, clear, confident, and free to go with the flow.
Infinite Trust comes options include iHeart irritation, temporary dim or dark vision, headaches, and eye redness.
Viz Clear Near Vision for up to 10 hours.
Credelio Quattro offers the broadest parasite protection of its kind, protecting against ticks, fleas, heartworm disease, and 3 intestinal worms, including tapeworms. In a single monthly chewable tablet. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures and neurological disorders. Ask for Credelio Quattro and get your dog a Quattro dog.
James Play says, "Is my team doing good, Kyle?" Also, long time no see. Are you the Penguin fan? Because the bad news for the Penguins is that the Flyers were walking all over them, skating all over them for the majority of this game, especially in terms of offensive zone play and defense. Good news is Malkin still ended up tying the game at 1. Do we think we trade the pick unless we win the lottery? I don't think the Panthers have any real motivation to trade this pick, this top 10 pick in a deep draft.
Yeah, not surprised by the goal because Pittsburgh started to turn the tide. They're only down 1-0, so they know they can get a bounce. And Evgeny Malkin, they had that horrible power play. They couldn't get set up in the zone. And Raquel comes up, persistent on the ship, puck retrieval. That's when you know Pittsburgh's playing their game. And when you can retrieve the puck and get it to Evgeny Malkin in a scoring situation like this, he's going to make no mistake, especially in the playoffs. So Pittsburgh, a veteran team, this series, no matter where the game is at, the game is never over. So these teams are going to go back all series long.
Sign me up for 7 of these games.
Oh, yeah. You can see that rebound on that goalie there.
Yep.
Could have maybe done a little better job on that.
Yes. We think Minnesota Dallas is going 7 anymore.
James, yeah, the Bengals and Giants just did an absolute crazy move while your Bears are sleeping.
Well, this is a world-class shot from a player that can make you pay for any kind of mistake you make. You get way too much room for that.
Carson Carols. I regret to say I have to look up who that is. So you're thinking he might fall in on the draft?
Our goaltending, for me, it was on. Certainly, our specialty teams need to be better, and our 5-on-5 play wasn't good enough, and it all kind of even both specialty teams stem on battle level. When we got to get our nose over the puck a little bit more. Like I said, we haven't had these all year, so to man we can be better. So that's the positive moving forward.
Yeah, I've heard about that movie, Johnny, but I haven't actually watched it, so I wouldn't know whether it's good or not.
All right, when we come back, we'll look at the first game of the day. Let's just say it started with a bang. And finished with a close call. Hurricanes and Sens. Highlights their game 1. When we come back.
This second intermission report is presented by Discover, the official credit card of the NHL.
That's Wayne Gretzky.
Who's Wayne Gretzky?
He was accepted into the Hall of Fame.
That's nice. But with Discover, I get accepted basically anywhere. I got it, Dwayne Jetski.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places nationwide.
Who do you think you are?
Yes, I am excited to see Michael in the theaters. You know, the Dodgers being really good is nothing new. Not when they can basically buy all the best players in free agency every season. An all-time favorite movie of mine.
So you're saying this
Give me a second. I'm trying to name one that's not a Disney movie.
This stuff works.
Thanks for coming in to talk about that, Junior.
Of course. Third grade is when Women Liberty Mutual could save you hundreds by customizing your car insurance.
Why don't you come sit with us?
Oh, a little snug. Only pay?
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Thought they were cooling off on this.
I would say
Getting warmed up.
Surprise! DirecTV got hot.
Hey, you know, I played in high school.
I can name an all-time favorite series of movies.
Keep up with your favorite sports on live TV and streaming apps. So hot. Wait, there's no ice in yours. Why would I ruin a perfectly good bath?
I love the Indiana Jones movies. I think
Did you know the Walmart app has over
I love the Indiana Jones movies, and I also love an all-time favorite movie.
Gravity Defier for life. Times for life.
The Last Samurai.
It's complicated. It feels like if you aren't perfect, you aren't making progress. But progress doesn't mean changing your life in a day. Progress is drinking coffee like you like it, without an audience.
You've never seen Indiana Jones, you'll have to watch them. Do yourself a favor. Do not, under any circumstances, watch Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny. That movie is an insult to the others. I also highly recommend Terminator and especially T2 Judgment Day. There's a reason why T2 Judgment Day is considered one of the best sequels of all time.
It's their shot at the cup.
And my favorite fun creature feature movie is Van Helsing. Van Helsing, the one with Hugh Jackman. It's goofy, and I love every second of it.
We'll all see you for that tomorrow night. That will be out of control in Buffalo. Pretty good start in Raleigh today. Game one sends Hurricanes 3 seconds in. Captains Brady Tkachuk and Jordan Stahl go at it.
Yeah, I'm just personally glad that the Magic obliterated the Hornets and delivered karmic justice on behalf of the Heat. No, I have not watched the Witcher series.
great replay here. Unbelievable. Look at that save.
Rob Brindamore on fast Freddie Anderson.
I mean, even without Bam, that was an entirely winnable game for the Heat, and they just couldn't make a stop when it mattered.
That's a game changer. So if you had to pinpoint one thing, but both goalies play great.
As far as recent movies that are going to become all-time favorites for me, Top Gun Maverick. Loved it. You could argue it's even better perhaps than the first.
Yeah, make no doubt about it. For Philly, their success has been their speed. They've been faster on pucks in Pittsburgh all game. They have to continue to be fast. Pittsburgh's got to get faster. How they play through the neutral zone as a team, how they break.
Favorite TV series of all time. Can't say I've watched very many TV series. There it says, "Good evening, puck people."
Absolutely not.
the throw. You would never think of something like that. It'll stop a second. Or something.
Oh wow, AT&T just credited my bill. I guess the service was out and I didn't even notice. It really is America's best guarantee, huh?
Turns out doing the right thing without someone having to ask is always appreciated. Remember when I told you, Blake, you are enough? And you said, thanks, Ted. And then we had that amazing handshake.
I don't remember that.
Blake, you are enough.
Thanks, Ted. Wow. Wait, are you a magician?
I don't know. Why don't you check your pocket? When the connection matters, it has to be TNT.
Nothing there.
Oh, I was just looking for the company with American.
So yeah, it comes down to this game may be our first overtime. We may not even get past. It may not even be a whole 24 hours elapsed in playoff hockey before we get playoff overtime. Not even 12 hours.
Completely ignored by your cat. Introducing Shiba Ignored to Adore. Get their love in 12 days. Guaranteed or your money.
Who's ready for a deal? Now, you can order a foot-long in the Subway app.
Which game are we going to be streaming tomorrow? We are going to be streaming Lightning Canadiens. We're going to be starting the stream early to catch the ending of Avalanche Kings. And we will stay on for the ending of Sabres Bruins.
Unless, of course,
Unless
Tampa and Montreal ends up in
unless Tampa Montreal goes to overtime.
Oh. Okay. And then aren't you supposed to do the shuffleboard tournament after that?
No.
No? Are you sure? I thought that's what you said.
I don't care how stress-free the playoffs are. You ain't making me do shuffleboard.
You know, it's actually my son's slice. Go ahead, you can take a bite. No! Just kidding. That was a really good one. The larger one is the dad.
Nothing outshines a blue moon.
Brandon with the assist.
Yeah, so far there's been no overtime in these playoffs, but this is only the third game of these playoffs.
Listen to that. The Stanley Cup playoffs continue Sunday on ESPN and the ESPN app. All rights to this broadcast are reserved.
Hot Dog says, I'll be pissed if we draft Ethan Belchetz. Yes, the state of Florida has ruled the Eastern Conference for, they're trying for 6 seasons.
Is it 7? 7. They made it to 3 straight cups, so we made it to 3 straight cups.
I see.
Yeah. So this would be 7. Yeah.
"32 hits by the Flyers, 27 by the Penguins. The Penguins have started outright dominating ozone time. The Flyers have the slight edge in shots still.
Pittsburgh was 30th, but not really their game. No, it's not. The Flyers have to be thrilled with the road game that they played. They had the lead, albeit they gave it up on a Denny Malkin's goal. They give up the 4th fewest shots per game in the league, and they've only given up 10 through 2 periods. I think the Flyers would be pretty happy.
All right.
Okay.
Third period is underway. There's 48 seconds left on the Flyers power play.
That's right.
Dvorak and Lizotte, the opening face-off, and Dvorak won it. Ristolainen with the puck. Sends it over to Michkov, back to Ristolainen. Cross ice to Dvorak. Dvorak shot blocked Well, actually, I think it was
Yeah, I
stopped.
think he made the save.
Well, I talked to Todd Nelson, who runs the Penguins power play, specifically about their last attempt where they were offside 4 times. He said, we have to calm down. We just can't get frustrated.
30 seconds left on the power play. Carlos says, good evening, fellas. Night 1 of WrestleMania in the books, and one word to describe it, meh. Night 1 of WrestleMania trying to compete with the first night of NHL playoff hockey. What's wrong with them? I don't want to watch playoff hockey. I want to watch WrestleMania, said no one. Konechny with the puck. And, of course, he can't really get the pass connected, which allows the Penguins to roll the other way.
Oh,
Carlson sent it,
boy.
and Dewar was right in the vicinity of that shot as it rolled wide. If he was any closer.
Yeah, they got lucky.
Ristolainen able to get the clear. Passes it to Konechny. Partially blocked shot. Flyers have been slowly losing momentum, and
the
Penguins are. Do I predict this or Sabres versus Bruins to be best first round series? Well, you have to add the caveat of best first round series in the East, which, yes, I believe Flyers Penguins is going to be the best. I think the Sabres might be handling the Bruins pretty easily, honestly. Best playoff series this round overall, that's going to be Stars Wild. There's too much talent between those two teams for it not to be the best. The Flyers had 5 scoring chances in the second, all off the rush. Do I think the Crackers can give the Oilers a run? Well, it depends on if Leon Draisaitl can play and how healthy he is. The Oilers might be in trouble without Draisaitl, but they can still get past the Ducks with McDavid, right? Right?
It just depends on how Dostal plays.
Dostal.
Dostal.
It also depends on if Radko Gudas decides to go headhunting again.
That too. Oh no!
Oh man, Soderblom in front.
Oh boy.
Soderblom came very close to giving the Penguins the lead. So, Vladar making a critical stop there. But how much longer can the Flyers continue to give ground before it falls out from under them?
Right.
16:53 to go. Yes, the Oilers have played a lot of hockey, which is why I'm having them get obliterated by Utah, let's just say, in the second round. You watch, Utah is going to make the conference finals because the Pacific teams are that weak this year. Vegas is easily the only Pacific team I have any real iota of trust in, and that's only because of Torts possibly being what they need.
So, How many overtimes are going to be?
That's not good. That's
Oh,
Martone. I think he took a puck to the face.
Yep. No, it was a high stick.
It was a high stick.
Is there blood?
It's a power play. It's Anthony Mantha again. Michael says it's a rough night to wear a Dallas jersey. Ow.
Ow.
Pittsburgh number 39. Give me a minor. I second.
He was lucky he only got 2 minutes out of
Yeah.
it.
Okay, Flyers, you have a third power play in this game. You might want to actually do something with it. This is a golden opportunity. Michael says Oilers defense is much better lately. Ducks aren't ready yet. Imagine being the Kings fans. Hooray! We don't have to play against the Oilers. Who are we playing? The Avalanche. Oh God, the Avalanche is headed straight for us. Run for your life! Drysdale messed up the pass to Seagrass. Will you guys actually start taking the first chance shots? Seriously. No wonder this power play is dead last in the league. It's what we imagine the Panthers power play to be sometimes is actually what the Flyers is. Inability to actually take a damn shot at all. So the Penguins have the second best penalty kill at home, only second to Colorado. Well, that's not good for the Flyers. Martone to Drysdale, whose shot goes ineffectively wide as Kate struggles to move it to Seagrass. Seagrass back to Drysdale. Oh, man, there was so much wide open ice, but Martone was nowhere near in the spot for a shot. Seagrass shot. Drysdale. That's a hand pass. Nice try, Philly.
Hey, what are you rooting against my team for?
Yes, this is the first time on this channel we're streaming the playoffs with the Panthers
not in
being eliminated.
It's not bad.
45 seconds left on the Philly power play. 14:57 to go in the third period.
It only took 4 seasons of streaming every game for it to happen.
Tippett dumps the puck in. It goes all the way around the boards and eventually ends up just back to Tippett. Bounces over to Michkov. Michkov along the boards. Over to Tippett. Over to Konechny to 4x. Deflection sends it wide.
Had so many chances.
Take
what
shots.
What are you doing?
Michkov, what the hell are you doing? You're going to go back in Rick Tocchet's doghouse with plays like that. Hathaway out there for the final few seconds. 0 for 3 on the power play. And how many shots on goal on those power plays? Dead last in the league. They were just 2 for 17 on the power play against this Penguins in the regular season.
I can see why.
Yeah, at this point, the Flyers on power play is a disadvantage to them. All right, so now Cates moves it ahead. Crosby picks up the puck. And here's Chinnikov once again dumping the puck in. The Flyers' defensive players are back there, but it is turned over. Crosby briefly had possession, but The Flyers will settle it down unless Owen Tippett coughs up the puck. And then two of the Flyers players bumped against each other. But they did get the clear. Sealer with the puck over to Sanheim. And that's icing, apparently. 12:43 to go.
So you think 2 or 3 overtimes tonight? Oh, and not so hard. God,
I'm barely punching you.
I'm not young. It hurts.
Well, at this rate, we are getting at least one overtime.
Yeah.
We hit the pothole. I was worried we'd be stranded for hours.
Our lives would work out around the pothole. Where is my credit card to order 50 philosophy books?
The pothole.
I'm going to use the restroom.
Hurry up. You wasted half the commercial.
Thanks, the guy to watch.
It feels good to go.
ACE's Yard RX program. Specific to your yard's needs.
No fights in this game. Well, not like there's been a lot of rough stuff, but not anything that's been like, both guys got fined for fighting. Well, dim sum, I don't generally. Whenever I've gotten Chinese food, James, the only thing I really ever get is the cashew chicken. Just give me a bunch of egg rolls with the duck sauce. That's all I need. And the fried rice. Not a real big chance to. I once had prawn crackers, not realizing what they were. Oh, good God, that was disgusting. So, yeah, the cashew or the sweet and sour chicken, sweet and sour pork. Give me, as long as it's got a lot of sweet.
Talking about Chinese.
Yes. Me.
I usually I get like Mongolian beef. So
we haven't had Chinese food here like once, I think, when Karen lived here in the 11 years we've lived here.
I don't think that Chinese place is even around anymore.
I think it's still actually there.
You think so?
Yeah, I think.
Wonder if they make good Mongolian beef, just like the beef with the vegetables and the fried rice. That's my
I might actually order
go-to.
it once. Oh, come on.
Tippett sends it wide.
Come on, Philly. Win this game 2-1. Not in 4 overtimes.
Ristolainen sends it. Got. I'm sure beef noodle soup would be delicious. Though I just like my beef and vegetables and rice. Vegetables and rice. Need to get some vegetables and rice.
Every time I buy you vegetables, you don't eat them. You just go to waste. I did buy you ice cream.
I saw that. Thank you.
Okay.
I can at least make an effort to not have my food groups be meat, cheese, chips.
Yeah, but every time I buy it, you don't eat it.
I have my own refrigerator down here entirely cleared.
Well,
In the past, sometimes the stuff you got for me just got sort of shoved into the recesses of the upstairs.
I'll get it. You're making it. and eating it.
Are Italian restaurants accessible? There is the one Italian. It's really good.
It's just the ordering food out is just becomes so expensive compared to what it used to be.
Yeah. Mythical Riz says Mongolian beef is his go-to dish as well. Sometimes you get beef and broccoli. You don't eat a lot of Chinese.
I think we did get Chinese once when Donna was here.
Pho. I've
Oh,
had
come
pho.
on, come on,
Is
come
this
on,
a
come on, come on.
breakaway?
Here we go, another breakaway.
And Skinner denies
jeez.
Sparky. I had pho a while
Boy.
ago when Karen first was here.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. She used to get that stuff on the other side of the bridge.
True says, you're making me hungry.
Like, they've had at least 5 breakaways today. This is unbelievable. Good thing we're not playing the Flyers with all the breakaways. It'd be 5-0 with Bob in that. And then you'd be sitting here saying, see, I told you you shouldn't have given them $12 million.
Well, yeah, giving the goalie $12 million in general is a bad idea unless he's literally the second coming of Patrick Waugh.
Oh, come on.
Hey, what a shot.
What
That's
a shot.
Sanheim this time.
What a shot. Looking like Carter Verhaeghe there.
Exactly 10 minutes into this third
go.
period, halfway through, Sanheim gives the Flyers the lead back. Both Flyers' goals have been defensemen. First Drysdale, now Sanheim. A move, and then Skinner just completely failed to see the puck.
Yeah, he was sliding one way and the shot went the other way. That's
He was
a really
also
good shot.
screened by Martone.
That's a really good shot because he's going one way and flips it back to the other side.
It's his third career playoff goal. He also had a career high goals with 11 in the regular season. True said, shit. Are you rooting for the Penguins, True? Oh, because you used to work security for them? Is that why? I'm just guessing. Skinner almost completely turned over the puck in his own zone. And just like that, the Flyers look back like they're back in control. Zegras keeping the puck moving. Sanheim moves it behind the net. You picked the Penguins. Drew says, I always say just take away the goalie's eyes. Panthers. So the Penguins are 12-7-16 in 1-goal games. The lowest win percentage in the NHL in the regular season in 1-goal games.
All right, come on. Now we got to shut this down.
That's a good reminder. The Penguins had 16 overtime losses this season.
Yeah.
Still not as diabolical as the Kings having 22 regulation wins. Or excuse me. Yeah, 22 regulation wins, the Kings, and 20 overtime losses. The Avalanche are going to destroy them.
Yeah. Oh, no. Good job.
Skinner with the puck. Now Gerard sends it up ahead. Here's Malkin. He tried the sharp angle shot against Vladar. Now it is cleared by Philly. Dvorak moved it along to Martone. The Penguins are able to get the clear. And now Mentha with the puck sends it over to Latane, who sends it cross ice to Soderblom. And then the Flyers turn over the puck briefly, but are able to get the clear. Barkey tried to reach the puck first, but instead Pittsburgh gets the clear. Mantha has the puck, but he's forced to pass it back in forward. Now we have the Flyers once again getting out of their own zone. Cates dumps it in. Skinner waits for his teammates to get the change. Eric Carlson over to Rust with Crosby trailing, and Vladar gloves it.
Right back.
Okay.
Ibuprofen. Oh.
So yeah, this has been a really, really great game so far.
We're here for our convertible.
All right, miss. Want to get out of here?
Where there's trucks? We're right here.
Whatever it is, we're here for it. The happier the home loan experience, the happier the home. If you're buying or refinancing a home,
You still love a Chari True. Understandable.
you'll get experienced guidance, a quick, easy closing, and an average savings of more than $10,000 with an independent mortgage broker. Go to mortgagemagic.com to find a home loan expert near you. Mortgage Magic. Savings that will make you smile.
Okay, then.
Credelio Quattro offers the broadest parasite protection of its kind.
Oh.
Against ticks, fleas, and free intestinal worms, including tapeworms. A single monthly chewable tablet. Use with caution in dogs with a history of seizures or neurological
Dougie.
Dookie.
I'll go get 4 more.
make your dog a Quattro dog.
Stop it.
Okay, 3.
You know what I'm trying to tell you.
You can't stop me. Hmm? You can't stop me. I'll get 10 more if I want. Oh no. I mean, I've been to some Irish pubs. No English pubs.
Puck out of play.
All right.
6:26 to go in the third.
This is very important because otherwise we could be here till very, very late.
Iceberg trying to rally the crowd. How did that pun never occur to me until I just saw it on the mascot?
What?
Well, I didn't know the mascot's name before. The Pittsburgh Penguin.
How come I didn't name him Penny?
Penny. Seriously.
Yeah, Penny Penguin.
It sounds too much like a old Hanna-Barbera cartoon.
He's the NHL's all-time leader in goals, assists, and points in the regular season against Philadelphia. 60 goals,
It's nuts.
89 assists, 139 points. And he's also the all-time leader in playoff points against Philadelphia with 36. 2 more than somebody named Wayne Gretzky.
All right, 6. 20 years so to go.
Puts points on the board night after night in this battle of Pennsylvania. Just think Gretzky did it all or most of it in the Western Conference.
He wasn't playing Philadelphia 8 times a year in the regular season.
And the Penguins collect the puck, get the clear. The Flyers almost immediately are able to slow them down. Burn Doyle says, I hope the Pens tie it up just to annoy Kyle.
Ah,
No, that would be annoying for both of us.
yeah.
Because my dad has to do the recap.
Yeah, I got to do the recap. I don't mind overtime, but not game one. Plus, I want Philly to win, so don't let's hold the lead, get the empty net, 3-1.
5.5 to go. There's the flip out of the zone by Konechny. Wotherspoon sends it up ahead to Rust. Rust dumps the puck in. Sandheim collects it. Burn Oil says his dream is seen in overtime in Game 7 of the finals. It would be so unreal. Not when the Panthers are implicated.
Yeah, not when the Panthers, please. Thank you. I don't know if my heart can take that.
Especially, just imagine if Game 7 in 2024 had gone to overtime.
Well, especially having, blown the 3-0 lead. Like,
yeah,
that's just too much. It's out. Down to 4.5 minutes now.
This is no fluke here for the Flyers. 6 of the last 7 games they played, they've given up 2 goals or less.
All right.
They have stymied the Penguins most of the night. Just 14 shots.
The Penguins have had just 4 comeback wins in the third period this year, fewest in the Eastern Conference. That implies that a team has had even less comeback wins than them from the West.
Oh.
Mon Dieu, what sort of awful comeback team?
Probably Vancouver.
Yeah. Or maybe Calgary. Or Chicago.
Stolen. Here we go again.
Another rush chance.
Boy, the Pittsburgh defense is something.
Yes, it is an adventure. That's why I picked the Flyers to win this series. A reminder that this is in front of the Penguins' home crowd.
Yeah.
All right, so under 3 minutes to go. You wonder if the Penguins will eventually pull Skinner.
I'm sure they will.
It's a 2-on-1 potentially, but instead it
He
was.
did the right thing. Oh, what a goal!
Wow,
Holy moly!
That's Martone.
Skinner's like, where the hell did that puck even come from?
3-1 without the need of an empty net. That was a 69-mile-an-hour shot.
Yeah, but it's how he got to it.
Holy. So Martone right there.
He does the right thing. Just holds back.
He just
on
held
it.
on. And then he shot
And
it.
just bar down, man.
Skinner raised the glove and he's like, what? How did I not catch that? It didn't even hit 70 miles an hour, that shot. Oh, that's evil.
Jeez.
Between the head and shoulder. Well, that's probably going to do it for the Penguins for game 1 at least. 10 points in 9 career games, and he debuted on March 31st. I guess he's precisely what the Flyers needed at that point in the season. And now
they already got the net empty. Yeah.
True calls it a floater, the goal.
Yeah.
Vladar did not move that puck fast enough. Martone is 19 years old, and he scored in his first career playoff game. That's beautiful.
That's why you want that top draft pick. Not that he wasn't the top.
He's the third youngest playoff goal scorer in franchise history. Only Dainis Subrus and Sean Couturier were younger. He was the 6th overall pick last year.
6, okay.
Blair says, "Hey, Kyle and Jaws, how's it going?"
Hey, bud. We're enjoying our year off.
Yeah. Eisenite says, "Go Flyers."
I mean, I picked Pittsburgh in my bracket in 7, but it's still a long series. Philly can't let up. They have to play hard like this every game.
Blair says Porter Martone is a beast. He's from Ontario. He played in the OHL for a while. This is just a generic Minnesota shirt. It says Minnesota up north, established 1858. Buffalo versus Boston.
I tried to get him to wear one of my other jerseys. He didn't want to do it.
Buffalo. Buffalo is probably going to handle Boston in 6.
No fillers ever. Starting at $3.50, packed with protein. Chipotle's new high protein menu is real protein you want to eat. Chipotle, for real.
Porter Martone the goal. Top shelf, 17-23.
Flyers fans must be ecstatic right about now. So the Penguins have the empty net with 2:08 to go. They're still being outshot 20-15. Blair, I actually picked Utah over Vegas too, because his reasons is because Utah's young and their speed and skill. My reason is because the Vegas goaltending is just so atrocious.
I'm not sure Trevor Zegras is going to be on the ice at this time, but there he is down there listening to see what's going on with the face-off plays as they try to hold on to this lead.
All right, so less than 2 minutes to go. Carlson sends it around. It ends up going back to him. Reminder that the net is empty for Pittsburgh. Oh, Crosby had the puck for a moment. Rust has to bring it back to Carlson now. Malkin on the other side. Vladar with the stop.
There you go. Good job.
And they get the clear. Carter Hart and Aiden Hill have been just okay this year. Oh, I think Crosby and Sanheim were going at it.
See that? Yep, and he just took a penalty.
Which one?
I think Crosby did. He got Warner too much.
Mr. Krabs says he can't stand the Penguins, so hates watch successful.
Oh, they're gonna call them both.
Yeah, I think they both deserved it.
Yeah.
Did you see Sanheim?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
So that sets up 4-on-4, which means the Penguins could keep the net empty to make it 5-on-4. Will they do that?
Probably.
Blair says Tampa Bay versus the Habs is going to be a dogfight. So hype as a Leafs fan. The Habs have been so good this year. I still don't believe they have what it takes to get past the Lightning. The Lightning have no Panthers to make them beg for the sweet release of death in the first round. The Lightning are going to be out for blood. I believe I have them making the conference finals and then falling to the Senators. The only team whose defense I think has a shot. Or wait, did I might be confusing parts of my brackets. I'll have to double check. Carlson with the puck after the Penguins win. Face off. Oh, there's a goal. It's Brian Rust. It's a 1-goal game with 1:01 to go. This is not over. It is a 3-2 Flyers lead. I mean, once again, Flyers blocked the shot and it went straight to Rust. The Lightning should worry about their arena being taken over by Canadiens fans. So it's still 4-on-4. But now Skinner's in and he's looking to get off as soon as possible. Now he gets off. Raquel on the charge. Raquel trying to maintain possession, but the puck will stall in the corner. The Flyers get the clear. There's only 35 seconds to go.
Come on, guys. Don't just let him in.
That appears to be exactly what they're doing. Let's see. Ricard Raquel able to move it along, but then the Penguins cleared it
out on his own.
Wow.
There you go.
That's held in. Carlson moves it along. Seconds are ticking down.
Shit!
And Vladar makes the stop.
Makes the save.
And that is
Philadelphia gets game one.
Philly gets game one. That was way too close for comfort.
That was overtime right there, man. Oh, that's on Malkin too, I think. What a save there under those circumstances.
What a game.
Held in.
The Flyers win.
No, it's not Malkin.
No, that was Mantha directly in front.
Yeah, I mean, what a save.
Sonic says, if only the Canes lost would be a perfect day. Agreed.
Wow. All right, I'll go do my thing.
So, yeah. The Flyers take game one against the Penguins 3-2. The Hurricanes were the only team today to win on home ice. A good game indeed. And now they are interviewing Porter Martone, who ended up with the game-winning goal, by the way. He's the first teenager with a goal in his playoff debut since 2019 when Andrei Svechnikov did it. It's been 7 years since a teenager had a goal in his playoff debut. Susie thinks Skinner messed that one up. Pennsylvania trying to steal the Battle of Florida's thunder. Well, yeah. Yes, Matthew Schaefer did play really well this season. It still wasn't enough for the Islanders to make the playoffs, though. Islanders need a little more help. Urinating Tree making excuses on Twitter saying this shitty performance was because we wore the pure yellow uniforms. They are cursed. So, Blair says the fact that the Sharks did not make the playoffs is crazy. I wouldn't say crazy. Be honest. The Sharks are probably still at least another year or two away from actual contention, even with Macklin Celebrini. The Pacific is an absolute joke to boot. True, you still can't believe the Mammoth are in the playoffs. Amazing what can happen when a young, fast, athletic, energetic core is actually given the support it needs instead of being caught in one of the most horrendous ownership and city relationships in the entire NHL. Yeah, the Mammoth are good and stacked with prospects. I actually have them taking out Vegas. In fact, I have them making it to the conference finals. Yeah, what a game by Freddie. Susie, I have the opposite. I mean, I want the Lightning to take out the Canadiens, and then I want the Lightning to... I'm hoping the Lightning will beat the Sabres. Or excuse me, I'm hoping the Sabres will beat the Lightning. That's what I'm hoping for. Tage Thompson is probably going to go on a rampage. Susie says that's a huge bet to have the Mammoth advancing over Vegas. Vegas's only boon at this moment in time is John Tortorella. True, you picked Lightning versus Avs, and Avs get the mug. Boo, that is ridiculously stale. So they're showing the Kachuk and Stahl fight in the first 3 seconds of the NHL playoffs this year. Beautiful.
Early in the third now, same score, Senators on the power play. Drake Matheson, whistling shot, called the goal on the ice, but let's take another look at this one. The replay shows Frederick Anderson making an amazing save before the puck crosses the goal line. The call is changed to no goal. The Hurricanes going to win 2-0. Game one of the series.
So that's Freddie Anderson's 6th career, I believe, Did that say shutout or playoff shutout? Oh, you didn't plan on it, just did your picks, and that's how it worked out. Fair enough. I have the Senators beating the Wild in the finals. I'm feeling very confident about the Wild, though I might end up changing my mind on the Senators. I haven't decided yet.
That's a 16 playoff goal tied Zach Parise, the most in Wild franchise history. Wild led 4-1 after 2 to the third. Nico Rantman gets a clean look, but Jesper Wallstedt turns him away. Wallstedt 27 saves for the rookie in his playoff debut. The Wild would kill off that penalty later in the third. Kaprizov,
all right. Well, this was a very, very fun night.
Yeah, that worked out great. We didn't have to sit through overtime.
Yeah.
We had a good game. And Pittsburgh lost. So it works out all the way around.
Susie says, I like the Wild. You don't know if the Sens are playoff strong yet. Well, the Sens are... It's either the Sens or Flyers that are the most Panthers-like team in the East.
Well, the Flyers certainly showed it today. Whether or not they can do it, all day, every day is another story, but they did it today.
Yeah, well, the Sens just need to not be held to 9 shots on goal through 2 periods.
Yeah. Yep. So, all right, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Go enjoy the rest of your night. Kyle and I will be here tomorrow at 5. And
5 p.m.
Yeah, 5. Yeah. And I'll be live at noon tomorrow, as I normally do for a normal show. So appreciate y'all. Thank you very much. And we will see you mañana.
See you tomorrow.